I guess when this comes up, maybe I can ask him, and then we can.
Just
Yeah, we can.
never came back.
put it in
Right,
executive
right.
session.
Sure.
I mean, we can use service tomorrow afternoon, you know what I mean?
But that executive session usually happens.
Oh, during the meeting?
Yeah, so you go into executive session.
I'm thinking it would be easy to.
But it's just only the board members.
I'm just. Can you let us know when the mics are hot? When she says? So the mics aren't on.
Maybe she gives the word.
Yeah, okay, I just need to know.
Shall we stand up? In CHamoru, sedirencha. In the phrase, Yenin imastaku, imastaku, halu. This meeting is now come to order. The time is 1:07. This is the CHamoru Land Trust Commission regular meeting, board meeting, Thursday, May 22nd, 2025. The meeting was published on the Guam Daily Post on May 15, 2025, and May 20, 2025. The Guam Public Notice website, https notices.guam.gov. We have a quorum, starting with Commissioner Burrito.
Here.
Commissioner Justicio.
Present.
Commissioner Rojas.
Present.
Commissioner Cameron's online.
Huh?
Commissioner Cameron's online.
Commissioner Joseph Cameron. Mr. Joseph Cruz.
Present.
Attorney Miller.
Present.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes we already. If there's none for discussion. Administrative Director's report.
Madam Chair, if I may, can I request that we move around in the agenda and hear items under new business, items A and B. The Director of Land Management, Mr. Joseph Mbora, and his staff are here today, and they'll be discussing those two items, A and B, under new business.
Is this a motion to accept the agenda?
No,
No.
sir.
No?
So there is a quorum?
There is a quorum, Commissioner Cameron.
Or what's next on the agenda?
Pardon me?
Director Cruz is asking to move some of the items on the agenda up because Director Borja is here with his staff. So they wanted to address in new business items A and B first.
I would like to amend that motion. Quite honestly, I would like to move the action items that is supposed to be identified for this meeting, action items to the front of the agenda, to the top of the agenda, action items.
Which action items?
I will yield to Commissioner Fabian, who has her agenda right in front of her. Can you please yield Commissioner Fabian to identify those items?
Please, if I'm out of order, under the Administrative Director's report, is there any report?
There is a report.
But you're asking to forego that?
We can come back to it
Oh,
later,
okay.
after addressing items under new business A and B. Present, Director Joseph Mbora from Land Management is present with his staff. The two items that will be A and B do require the board's approval, so I believe it's an action item.
Okay. So I also recognize under old business 5B resolution for Nicole Camacho Regis Kelly that she is present. I would like to at least hear them as they are private citizens, and then we can move on to the new business, just as we don't delay their time. Does that require a motion?
I asked a motion to identify action items to the front, and I just was wondering if there's a second to the motion.
There's a second to the
But
motion.
that's my motion.
Yeah, second to the motion to move action items to the front, starting with 5B, 5F, and all new business under item 6.
So there needs to be discussion.
So
Any discussions?
with regard to the action items in this order, I recommend doing old business 5B, followed by new business, all the items under 6, so we can address Department of Land Management Director Joe Borja and his staff, and then continue with item 5F, and then everything else accordingly.
So that's the amendment to the motion?
Well, that's the discussion. That's how I think we should proceed.
Okay. So I guess we call for a vote.
Motion was made by Commissioner
Cameron,
Cameron and
second by Ms.
second by Commissioner Respicio. On the agenda, making those motions, I need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. So we'll start with old business B, Resolution number 2019-5, declaration of support for the sale of portion of lot 5174, remainder -1 to Nicole Camacho Regis Kelly.
Hi, I'm Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly. This is my husband, Stuart Kelly. He will speak to the reason why we're here today.
Thank you, Commissioner, for putting the top of the queue here, and I'll try not to take up too much of your time. For the last 7 or 8 years, we've been working on a lot line adjustment. We already have a resolution from CLTC, it's 2019-05, which is a declaration of support to sell a fractional lot to alleviate some issues we have. We also, thanks to Vice Speaker Ada, have a bill currently drafted with the 38th legislator. It's 131-38. But we're here today just to look for continual support with this specific resolution. We're expecting it to get referred to committee in the near future. There's been a lot of changes when it comes to, commissioners, administrative directors and different things since we embarked on this 7 or 8 years ago. In fact, the chairperson back then was Ms. Pica Federer at that time. The specific issue that we have comes about as a result of the block standard, which I'm sure you folks are more than familiar with, and indeed is explicitly addressed in Chapter 75, subsection 75105C in Guam Code Annotated, and it's probably not dissimilar to some of the other items they have on the agenda today. So really our ask is quite simple. We have this draft bill, but given that you folks weren't around at the time and you may be involved in the upcoming referral to the committee, we're just asking for continual support to get this sale of this fractional lot, which is really a lot line adjustment to Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly.
Well, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Kelly, because I'm, very new to the commission, this is all I have.
Okay.
I mean, you've been working on this for 7 or 8 years. This is what was provided to us for our review. Can you just for our knowledge and for everyone present, can you please outline with respect to the boundary, like what portion is it? And what is the square meters and also what is the cost? What is the amount of that? What is the proposed amount for purchase?
Fair market value is
Okay.
what's contained within the bill itself. As you can see, Commissioner, in the top left corner there of the map that you have in front of you from the surveyors, there's in the sort of northwest corner there's a small triangular piece that cuts across our particular line, our particular property. This small piece is not accessible by anyone else, the CLTC, even if they wanted to dispose of it or use it for some other purpose. You can't actually access that particular piece of land. And then at the cliff line there is a sheer drop. It's not feasible to even construct that. I think in terms of square feet or square meters, it's actually contained within that diagram. I can't quite remember off the top of my head exactly how many square feet it is, but it's a small part of our overall yard.
Is there any explanation as to when this lot was subdivided? Why was this piece missing? That's quite odd.
Because it followed the block standard.
I see, I see.
The block standard, and they cut across that
Right.
particular piece of
So that,
property.
when you're
Yeah.
saying the cliff, it's actually just rock.
There's a small piece,
Yes.
piece of level land, probably, 15 feet or so, and it tapers to a triangle, but then it's all pretty vertical.
A drop.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So they did not include that, okay. So when you say fair market value, has there been any appraisal so far? So
No.
that's what's gonna be worked on
Yes.
after the
Yeah.
bill?
Yeah.
And then we'll come up with a price, okay.
Correct.
So again, what is your ask here today?
Just for continued support, because we have the resolution, we have the draft bill, it's going to committee. I'm assuming that some of the commissioners, and maybe the chairperson, may attend that particular committee meeting. We just want to make sure you folks are familiar with it, given all the change we've had. And it would be good to have continued support as we've had in the past. I mean, we've been at this for 7 or 8 years. It's taken a little bit of time.
This is Commissioner Cameron. The bill that you're talking, proposed bill, is that 79-38?
No, it's
Committee on Rules?
131-38.
Bill,
131-38.
I don't see that in my
It's about
agenda.
8 to 10 from the top of the list on the website.
You're referring to a proposed bill? Where is that? Is that an old business or new business?
It's under old business in this.
So this is resolution number 2019-05?
Correct.
Director Cruz?
Just to answer Senator Spitier's question in terms
Not a
of area.
I'm not a senator.
I mean,
Where, I'm
Commissioner
going
Stan.
to ask the question, where in the agenda today is that placed?
Item 5, under old business, item 5, letter B. Resolution number
Constituent.
2019-05, declaration of support for the sale of portions to Nicole Camacho Regis Kelly. Item 5B.
Okay, 5B, resolution.
Correct.
Are you requesting for a motion to accept, or that resolution was already accepted?
The resolution's already accepted, and we're requesting for a motion to continue to support.
If it was already approved, that it would be accepted, why are you
Commissioner-
requesting for another one?
Commissioner Cameron, can I speak now? I asked a question from Mr. Cruz, our director.
Just to answer the question regarding from Commissioner Respicio, the total area is 138 square meters,
Okay, so
which is identified in the resolution.
it's just this area here.
Yeah. Got it. Okay.
Was there any time a lease was offered to you?
We actually thought there was a lease in place for this particular property, and we've got consent from who we thought the leasing was, but I think subsequently there's other considerations around that lease specific to taxes and different things that don't make this a complication.
Director?
No comment. The lease that Mr. Kelly's speaking about was the lease to Mrs. Paris. So on the aerial map in the packet, how it's identified as a rectangle, and you see the pink dotted circles. This area was supposed to be, there was supposed to be a lease issued to Ms. Paris.
And did that occur?
Through review of the file, the lease wasn't signed either by Ms. Paris. We did reach out to Revenue Tax to determine if any real property taxes were being paid. No real property taxes were being paid.
And nothing as far as paper?
There's
The
a
lease?
there's a incomplete lease in the file,
So there's an incomplete lease never executed, never.
not fully complete. Again, Mr. Kelly's just here seeking continual support from the previous board's decision through resolution 2019-05.
So, Attorney Miller, do you have any clarification on this?
No, I would just simply summarize and say the request in front of you is to, in sum, authorize the executive director to testify in the Guam legislature in support of this particular bill and represent to the legislature that the 2025 Chamorro Land Trust Commission continues to support this proposed sale. Anytime the director testifies in front of the legislature, it first requires discussion and approval of the commission. He doesn't get to take his own positions, he only represents the positions that you all have approved in advance.
So this doesn't include the terms of sale, this is just that we agree to sell it to them. Does this include the terms of sale?
No, all you're being asked to do here is to let your director tell the Guam legislature that the commission supports the
Sale.
legislation.
Okay.
To sell, and then we come up with the terms of sale.
And that will,
Later.
right, because if the legislature doesn't authorize the sale, we'll never get to discussing terms.
Does the legislature currently have a bill number assigned to this?
Yes, 131-38.
38.
Yeah, 38 is legislature.
Hold on for a second, let me write that down, thank you, hold on. Oh, boy. And that, who's this main sponsor? Is that Steve?
Vice Speaker Ada, sorry.
So bill number 131,
Yes,
131-38.
okay. And the sponsor is Vice Speaker who?
Ada.
Who?
Vice Speaker Ada.
Got it. And was this included in our attachment of our agenda today, the bill?
No, it was not, we just learned of it now, that there's a bill already.
So how do you propose me to make a motion on this when I don't know what I'm reading?
We're not making a motion, we're not proposing a motion on the bill. The motion is for continued support of the 2019-05 Declaration of Support that was previously approved by the CLTC. As the Attorney Miller outlined, it's helpful to get that, approval of that motion from this board, and we felt it was important as a courtesy to come back around and get continued support as well for completeness.
In my year's experience, having been chief of staff for a senator in the legislature and proposing legislation, it would appear that any type of proposed bill will have a deliberation of discussions, and that will go into a public hearing, and then the commission can offer its comments. And then once that has been heard, it would be then that there will be an opportunity to say we support the bill provided the following language, or we support the bill the way it's as written.
And that's
So
correct.
why are we proctoring before the bill's even, has this bill been heard already?
No, it's not been heard by the Health, Land, Justice and Cultural Committee yet. That opportunity to input into the particular bill will be available once it goes before that committee. This is taking a step back from the bill and is focused on the CLTC resolution that's previously passed, and just looking for continued support of a previously.
I cannot make a motion on that. I would like to see the bill as written. I cannot blindly support something, but I don't see a bill in front of me.
No, I think there's a misunderstanding. This is to do with the resolution, and perhaps Attorney Miller and the Administrative Director can help me here. This is to do with the CLTC resolution and continue support of that specific resolution, 2019-05.
Commissioner Cameron, we have no control over our legislature. Whatever they put out, we follow. No, go ahead, Attorney Miller.
all I was gonna add at this point is that it is at the discretion of a majority of the commissioners. Does somebody want to move to reaffirm support for the previous resolution? You might want to table this and just decide you'll wait until there's a bill on an agenda. It's, you know, at your discretion, what, if any, next steps you're comfortable taking at this point in time?
I would like to move that I wait until I see a bill, because bills can be very different from what you and I are talking about now. There's a potpourri of interesting things that can come between its members of that committee. There could be 3, 4, 5 other senators that may want to change things around. And then I'm blindly leading myself to supporting a prior declaration of support that may be different from what is going on now, or for that matter, having not seen the proposed bill. I would rather not I would rather not accept making that particular support right now. I want to wait.
Attorney Miller, so can Nicole Kelly move forward with this resolution as it's been previously supported by other boards, so that Senator Ada can move forward with the preparation of Bill 13138? Or is it absolutely necessary that this board lend their support?
As the chair indicated, we all work for the legislature and the governor, and so they are free to work, you know, I'm sure they can, they will, they are working with Vice Speaker Ada and perhaps it's a carbon copy of bills that were previously drafted. Perhaps it's a new bill. No, they don't need your approval today to move forward in the legislature.
Okay.
I have a question for Director Cruz. Outside of this, what's showing here in the map, which is proposed for sale to the Kellys, what would the CLTC, what would we do with this property?
Really, nothing.
So
Like
is
Mr.
there-
Kelly had mentioned, about 14 feet, there's a 14 feet sliver of property, and the rest is cliff.
So if the bill was specifically to allow for the Kellys to purchase it, is there any reason why we shouldn't, from an administrator's perspective, any reason why we as a board shouldn't support the sale of it?
No, not necessarily, although to give a little insight on previous sale of government land, the legislature would require appraisals to be conducted. From there, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's 2, and then the average is taken, and it's clearly defined in the bill. At the time of any public hearings, if it's held after at least the CLTC board is able to discuss it, like Attorney Miller said, I would present what the board has or any concerns or comments they may have. But nonetheless, if the property is sold and authorized by law to be sold, it'll be done at fair market value. And the board, during the public hearing or even during our meetings as such today, can make any concerns, comments, and request that it's forwarded to our committee oversight.
Maybe, my dear friends, maybe something that I can recommend, which would be a win-win. Maybe we just have to change the words around on, the cart before the horse, and just say we support the intent of the legislative bill to do X, Y, and Z, the legislative intent. Because we don't know what's gonna be written until it's written, and then it's had a public hearing, and we come in and we say, we support it or not support it. But if I say the legislative intent of a bill to do X, Y, and Z, then I think that would clarify that we still have the opportunity to go to these public hearings, because if there's a monkey wrench by one of the other senators that's placed there, we need to share our comments to that and say, no, we don't agree to that. Why are you putting a monkey wrench? Whenever we said we support the intent of the proposal of a bill for the sale of the portions of lot 5174 REM1 to Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly. We support the intent of the bill that would be forthcoming. I would support that.
And I think because there will be a public hearing, we'll see
Correct.
what's gonna happen, right? So I mean, I don't think that there will be any damage if we were to support like Commissioner Cameron said, support the intent to sell to them. And then,
Yeah, I like the wording of that we support the intent of, we support the intent for legislation, for the sale of portions of lot 5174 REM1 to Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly.
And we can circulate, I mean, the administrative director didn't have the bill, we'll circulate it immediately after this meeting. It's out there on the website, it's pretty straightforward, but I understand the concern.
Do you know when the date is for this?
Hopefully when the big golf course bill goes. No, I
I have
don't.
a motion on the floor. Is there a second to accept the motion
Just a minute.
to say that the commission is in support of legislative intent for the sale of portions of lots 5174 REM1 to Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly? Is there a second, actually, is what I'm asking.
Did you have something to say,
think,
Chairwoman?
Well, you can say, I'm sorry. I was just asking the date for the bill 131-38.
Madam Chairperson, we haven't had any indication on the date. I know that there's like 26 bills going in the next session by the speaker. I'm hopeful that when they actually process the next set, it gets, picked up then, but it obviously needs to go to committee and have that public hearing and all that. So I don't know if it will be a priority in terms of the legislature.
Okay.
So has bill number 131-38 been reported out
No,
by?
it's only in draft form. It's not been reported out. There's been no public hearing on the bill.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna repeat my recommendation of a motion to go ahead and to support the legislative intent for the sale of portions of lots 5174 REM1 to Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly. And it begs for a second.
I'll second. Let's see the whole. Second the motion to support the intent of Resolution 2019-05, the declaration of support for the sale of portions of Lot 5174, Rem 1 to Nicole Camacho Reyes Kelly.
My motion was to support the legislative intent
To support the legislative intent.
of bill number 13138, since there is a bill,
Okay,
and that opportunity will arise when we come back publicly to the people of Guam and show our support cohesively. So that makes its way over to the session hall for votes when they have a session. So, yeah, I think it's appropriate that we don't do the cart before the horse. We'll just go ahead and say the commissioners support the legislative intent of bill number 131-38, et cetera.
I'll second the motion for the COCC Commission to support the legislative intent of Bill 131-38.
So we need to discuss and then vote.
Now, you can,
Nothing to discuss, everything understood.
So now we call for a vote.
I'll do the call, Commissioner Cameron, please. I'm in
All right.
charge here. Commissioner Garrido, you have any questions?
Yes, I do have a little bit of a question that I want to get clearance from the Kellys, right? Would you be willing to settle for a lease on that property?
We don't want to reset the timelines and everything, given we've got the bill, we've hopefully got the support. It's just easier just to move forward with what we have in terms of the fractional law, and it's in line with, as I said earlier, Chapter 75, 75, 105C provisions exactly for this circumstance.
I understand that you prefer sale, but we're not really in the business of selling government land to private people.
Understood, and we understand the remit of the CLTC, and that's to build homes for, folks that definitely are in need of those homes and aren't well off. This wouldn't even give you enough of a setback on the backside or the front side to actually build anything. It's subject to erosion, and it's not accessible. So it's, for those reasons, it doesn't fit within it's atypical that the sort of leases in different land that you've been considering over the years that I've been listening to the commission.
Because that property was basically, technically, but not consummated, at least to Lourdes Paris. And apparently there was a foul up on the lease because it was never signed by Mrs. Paris, or Ms. Paris. So that's why I'm asking.
Just to, sorry to interrupt, Commissioner, just to explain that a little, she's obviously our neighbour, and we've had discussions, and she has no problem with the use of that land in any way, even with a lease in place, because it's not accessible to her. Her, I'm sure, primary concern is the piece of land immediately behind her house.
I know what you're saying, that it's not accessible to her, but my point is, we are not in the business of selling government land to private entities. We're in the business of leasing property. And our typical lease for residential is like 199 years, basically, almost 100 years.
And a small portion of probably what you'll get vis-a-vis fair market value for an accessible piece of land that could be contributed towards programs that you folks are after right now to try and get people in the homes. It might be a higher value proposition for those folks. I understand the concern, but the fact that it's not even accessible, and we already have it at the build stage. It would seem to be taking, steps back when we've been at this for 8 years.
That's all I have for now.
I'm ready to vote.
So, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carried.
Thank you
so
very much, Commissioners.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry to take on so much time, but I appreciate you putting this in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
The next,
Madam Chair, if we can move now to item 6A, Public Law 33-204. It speaks to the Napton Manhattan map. Mr. Joseph Benbois is present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Joseph Borhan, the Director of the Department of Land Management. Today I brought a couple of staff members here. I have here Celine Cruz, who's the Chief Planner at the department. And behind her is Margarita Borja, who's the Land Management Administrator at the Department of Land Management. We're actually here for a couple of public laws that directed us over here. And the first one that we're here for, I'm sorry, Tom Torres, who's the cartographic supervisor. So for each of these separate issues, they should be able to provide information. And just a short sentence on the request to move us up on the item of the agenda. It's not that we're special, we just have, I have a 2 o'clock hearing with the Attorney General's office and Judge Vernon Paris's office and all that issue. So thank you very much for moving us up on the agenda. What we have here for the Nata was actually a result of Public Law 33-104, which cut out a portion of the EPAL Point lot, commonly known as the old hospital. And we did previously another map, and the legislature and the Attorney General's office agreed that it was more than what was authorized under the law. So we went back and did another
One
map.
moment, Director Borja, just so that we don't get ahead of ourselves. You are addressing which public law?
33-204. Item 6A.
Say again?
Item 6A.
Yes, so one moment, let's locate that in our packet.
It's right after the,
Because I have new business, and then right after that I have 3374.
that's the bill.
This is,
It's the,
Public Law
Okay.
33204?
yeah.
Yeah, so that bill became public law.
Okay. Okay, got it. So it's Bill 37438. Thank you. Okay, please proceed. Thank you.
So as a result of that public law, land management developed a map. And the map was developed with the Department of Parks and Rec as State Historic Preservation Officer, commonly known as the SHPO office. And basically what we're here for today is to request the commission to authorize the director, administrative director, and the planner. We do have a planner here at CHamoru Land Trust to sign and approve the map so that we could then move the map to the Department of Parks and Rec, and the Department of Parks and Rec will present the map before the legislature for approval of the map as required under the law. If you read the Public Law 33-204, it's actually pretty simple. It passes the process for getting the map approved and specific on certain things that the map needed to do. One of which is 5 acres, not to exceed. Another one is to include the what we call the rock, which is Guam GGN marker, number 3, I believe, up there. And another one requirement is that it be contiguous to the CHamoru, which is CHamoru Land Trust property. And of course, the entire area is CHamoru Land Trust property. That's why we need your, even though there is a public law, you are the owner, the commission is, and that's why we need your signature. But again, this is a result of a public law. It's not, it wasn't initiated by the Department of Land Management. It was actually initiated by a public law 33-204. And we do have the maps here and available. Whatever the commission decides, I cannot leave the originals here, but if the commission wants a copy of it and to review before they do any action on it, we of course don't have any problem with that. But it was worked on with one of your staff members, which was Pierce Castro, who's a planner with the CHamoru Land Trust. So land management wasn't off on its own doing this like that. So, but the maps are ready for review, and it comes in the 3 pages, 3 sheets. The last sheet is the most graphic one because it's actually an aerial photograph with the lot lines in it. And I have here, like I said, behind me, Tom Torres, who's a cartographic supervisor, and he took part, I guess, he took part in developing the map. So he should be able to answer any technical questions that you have. And I should be able to answer any question you have from the process. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to accept the request of Department of Land Management and what was referenced in Public Law 33-204 to provide to the commission for deliberation on its next meeting.
I just need clarification. This document that is given to us is on Bill 3374-33. Was that?
But
bill?
it's been enacted into law and is now known as 33-204. The second page on the bottom.
So bill number 3238,
So everything that was here is, they just stamped it as the law now.
And it's all been drawn.
And it's same as the map that is in this.
No, this is the map that was developed on the public law. The map that was put in there basically is, it's really not even a map, it's like a sketch on the reference.
So when that map, Director Borja, is a map that's already been surveyed, and it's surveyed marker points on that map?
Yes, but it hasn't been recorded, it hasn't been approved by the commission.
But it's
With
already
this
been
previous
surveyed
land.
with the markers?
Yes, it's, the field work's been done completely on it.
Okay.
So the map was created as a result of this bill?
Public law,
Public
that's
law,
correct.
right, so.
And Bill 3374 actually morphed into public law.
33-2.
Yeah, so
Right.
I would just refer to public law 33204, right?
Right, right.
So,
So it's just a formality for us to approve the,
Yeah, I'm not sure if the law says that it's a shall or a may, legal counsel.
To approve the, you know, the.
Maybe a little bit of a
points.
background on
Yeah.
this, I'm just coming down here to say, okay, approve the NAFTA, Mananata, but what is it?
Yeah,
What's it for?
right,
And what it is that throughout the years, throughout the decades, when Tuman was being developed, ancestral remains were found. And where were they put? Because of the construction. Where were they put because of the construction on the roadway or property? They were put into beer boxes and then stored over at the roving offices of historic preservation, because they don't have a home office. So in the 1990s, there was an effort by then Senator Tony Palomo and Senator Catherine Agut to find a place to bury these ancestral remains that were found as a development of Tumon went around. And that started this impetus to do a Nafta Manenat in Tumon. The first site that they mentioned was that open area near the Matapang Beach. There's an open area there with that they keep the canoes.
right, right.
However, that's actually a drainage ditch. It's actually like a ponding basin. Underneath it there's big plastic things. So it really wasn't settled for that. So then they began looking around, and from oral history with Joe Garrido and Senator Tony Palomo, not only a senator but a historian, we found out that this was the only site of the only Chamorro victory in the Spanish-American War, the Chamorro-Spanish Wars. Because when they had the battle down in Tumon Bay, the Chamorros lured the Spaniards with their heavy armor out into the ocean, and they had a problem with the heavy armor out of the ocean. So this was the site of the only Chamorro victory in that war. And fitting that, if you look at, you don't have a vicinity map, if you look at Tumon Bay, you've got that almost like a half moon. On the very top, you have a historic icon to Lover's Point, and then you get to the hotels. So it was fitting that this site was chosen for another historic icon there. Not all ancestral remains are buried here that are found. I believe this only goes up to 1980 or 1990, because the new law for ancestral remains is where you find them, you bury them. And the Chamorro Land Trust has a special problem with ancestral remains. You remember at one time they passed a law to build a Department of Land Management building in Hagatna.
Right.
Well, it was Department of Land Management building, but the property had a certificate of title to the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. When they started doing some of the groundwork, they recovered 3 sets of remains, and the project died at that point. It had already spent $1 million in federal funds through a grant to relocate land management from Anigua at that time over to Hagatna. So that didn't turn out, but that was an issue that the reason why that project got stopped was the discovery of ancestral remains on that property, and that kind of killed the project. So you got 2 issues that can kill a project, environmental and historical. Either one of those will kill a project. But you could still mitigate that because the law requires that you bury on site, and I don't think the remains were as numerous as the one up in Tumon. So the commission at that time could have mitigated that and gone on in the development of a land management building on Chamorro Land Trust property.
There were also some remains, Director, of what they call the horn bustle collection that was at the Bishop's Museum for many years for additional studies. And it made its way back to Guam, and we have since stored more than 100 boxes of human remains, and that we would like to include that also to the NAFTA and Maynilad. And I recall this when I was president of Chamorro Affairs and also the president of the Guam Museum.
I'm
So
aware of,
the Hornbostel collection was part of this whole idea of the NAFTA and Maynilad as well.
I'm aware of your background, Commissioner there, and that was the next thing that Dr. Cameron, and that was the next issue I was going to bring up. That it wasn't only limited, I believe, to the 2 month remains that were found. I believe at that time Governor Gutierrez was also bringing back a lot of historic things from Hawaii. The Hornbostel collection. That Hornbostel was a sort of an archaeologist here. Found all these Chamorro artifacts and took it to Hawaii to the Bishop Museum. So in 1990s, I believe, when Commissioner Cameron was in the government, they made a serious effort to get all those back. And I believe it may have changed on it, but the issue of who's going to be buried there is actually by law and probably by the historic preservation people, SHPO. But I know that burial at this site is limited, it's not all around. The only other one that I know, 2 other NAFTA, one is a designated area of about 164 square meters across the Ladi Hotel and the old Okura Hotel near the tennis courts there. That's really an unmaintained site. I don't even know if there's any remains on there. And the other side is on the way to the landfill. If you guys will go to the landfill or to Talafogo Falls, when you go on the road in Malolo, about halfway in, a mile in or so, on your left side there will be a black sarcophagus or whatever you call it. It's where the ancestral remains that are buried when they were developing the La Joan landfill. So the basic law is you bury on site. You find it here, you bury it there.
So Director Borja, could you just turn that map around and just demonstrate to us the proximity of the old Guam Memorial Hospital site, and what is the proximity to the Hilton Hotel?
It's
This-
about
What happened to that whiteboard?
Sorry, it's just I cannot see anything on this
We can
map,
get
just so
it.
we have a
No,
nice
I-
overview, because I understand the area that you're talking about, but I want to see specifically.
Yeah, I'm a no compony guy, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is one of the most telling
The rotunda.
areas there, and that which is the traffic circle, and we have the Archbishop, I guess, standing up there, a statue of it. This is actually the lot itself, and it's been subdivided several times. The previous gentleman here with Camacho Reyes, their properties, Probably, two houses down here, you know, if I don't know, we should have included it, and I believe Commissioner Cameron's house is further down on this way. But the old old hospital, the hospital used to be here, the old war memorial, not the one that we have today, which is still old, but the old hospital was here. And the basic lot here for that hospital has been subdivided through the previous years. One side here is the Healing Arts Center, which is a rape crisis center. And then, of course, we have these houses here, there's about 9 of them, I believe. This is the CHamoru group there, which, I don't think that's a lease there, right? No lease on that one.
Now, that's a separate parcel from the
So
Healing
this
also.
bill 37433, I just want to be clear, it
Identifies
includes
this
all
one.
of that,
Okay.
or
No,
which
no.
portion?
Right here.
Just,
Just that portion?
Just that.
Okay.
And it's this weird shape, because most of the time, I don't know if there's a 3-to-1 problem on this one, but it's a weird shape because the law requires some basic elements. Number one is after the contiguous to this,
This
the contiguous model. The other one was that it include the rock, which is a geographic reference point on there, I don't know, a couple of thousand on that, and that's number 3, something like that. But it's only this area that we're,
Only the green portion?
yeah.
Yeah, only the,
And we
is
can
that
give it
magenta?
to you closer so you can look at it. We're not looking at the whole thing,
Okay.
you know, we're just looking at 5 acres.
is it more clearly depicted on
Exactly
the,
5 acres.
on the other map? There you go. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Want closer?
No, I got it. It's just that according to the information we have, it
Yeah.
appears that
That was on the bill.
it's the
Right.
entire portion. So I want to be clear that
Yeah.
it's not this entire portion and it's just this segment
Yeah,
alone.
no, definitely not.
Okay.
And the bill cuts it out, that's what the bill does. But we have to show the original one.
Yeah.
We have to show the original one, thing like that. Be careful, the map, Commissioner, you ruined that, I would have to sue the commissioner.
Mr. Borja,
Yes, sir.
I have a question. There is I guess, a bill being considered in the legislature to return the property to the Harris family.
I believe there was, yes.
How would that affect this?
Well, you know, I can't say because like Commissioner Cameron said, it depends what, you know, what the bill's final form, or if it even passes. And at the time, you know, if the bill passes, you can only return what you have, or anything like that. But will it affect this? Like I said, it depends on the details of the bill. You know, if the bill says return X amount of square meters, and this is included in the X, then yes. But it depends which gets enacted first. If you, if you approve this before the bill passes, then this is the law, you know, on that. So they would have to adjust the bill if they want to proceed further.
That's the reason why I asked if there were survey points on there. So
Oh, yeah,
it's already
it's a
been-
survey point out, if
Okay.
they're identified, meets and bounds, and,
Okay.
yeah.
Because if, like you say, if the initial bill being reviewed by the legislature for the return of the Oka property back to the Parrish family, then that would also.
Let's call it
include-
Depot Point, because that's the correct name, Depot Point.
Okay.
It's been miscalled Oka for several
Okay,
years.
so if it were to direct that we, as well as any other government entity that may have a claim to property in this area, that would also then include the 9 residences?
No, that would be retroactive. It's kind of similar to your statement that you're in the business of leasing, but if the legislature passes a law and says you sell, Attorney Miller, you sell. You know, that's what the law says, and like that. Will it affect this? I don't know.
Yeah, depends
I
on what
don't
the
know,
bill
because
says.
what the bill says. I worked for a senator one time and it says, developing a bill is like making sausage.
Well,
And I like throw it.
I like the intent of this, okay, but our ancestors need a place where they can
I agree.
rest
and-
in peace.
I know you're very much in support of that bill of Commissioner Garrido, so thank you. So we can leave a copy here. You know, the best way would be for Commissioner Cameron maybe to make a motion to authorize the director of the CHamoru Land Trust and the planner of the CHamoru Land Trust to go ahead and sign the bill and, the map. And let's get this thing rolling so we can have it in place for that.
Okay, so I can amend my motion to exactly what you just said. So,
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. The only other item that we have, and I thank you very much for the courtesy of moving your agenda around. I know you always have at least a 2-page agenda. And so thank you very much. The other issue that we brought up here is actually the result of a public law which authorizes the relocation of an existing easement. And easements are now the purview of the
It's right after this.
CHamoru Land Trust Commission. So
Talk about
let me get Celine, and Celine Cruz is a chief planner. She's also been before the commission, I think, for this issue. So this is not her first rodeo on this issue. Celine?
Thank you. My name is Celine Cruz. I'm the Chief Planner of the Department of Land Management. The map that we have here today is brought back to the commission related to Public Law 37-145 to realign a Bullcart Trail from the northern portion of Lot 2019 REM through the north portion of Lot 2121-2-R1. Just a little bit of history on this particular map. This consolidation and parceling map was brought before the CHamoru Land Trust Commission at its meeting on March 24, 2023. Lots 2121-2-R1 and 2019 REM. Intimating are owned by Sensio Tan Bai, Noriko Bai, and Guam Resorts Incorporated. On January 28, 2021, the Guam Land Use Commission approved with conditions the owner's request to realign the Bullcart Trail straight from the north portion of Lot 2019 REM through the north portion of Lot 2121-2-R1, and to allow the owners of the lots abutting the Bullcart Trail to consolidate their lots for seamless development. The computed area of the original Bullcart Trail is noted as 270.17 square meters. The new computed area would be 300 square meters, a net gain of almost 30 square meters to be severed and declared as a public access and utilities rights of way. Map 069 FY 2019 was presented to the CLTC on March 24, 2023 for concurrence of condition number 2 on the recorded notice of action recorded under instrument number 955550 issued by the Guam Land Use Commission, which reads, number 2, that the CHamoru Land Trust Commission acknowledges on the proposed survey map the relocation of the Bullcart Trail. In terms of land use benefits, this lot configuration provides the owners of lot 2019-REM and 2121-2-R1 with seamless development of the lots they own, and the benefit to Guam is a net gain of almost 30 square meters declared as public access and utilities rights of way. So the map we have today, we didn't release it because it already has some of our technical reviews, signatures on there. And we do need to update who would be signing on behalf of the CLTC. But yeah, this map is here before you as a result of Public Law 37-145.
Show us the realignment of the Bullcart Trail. If it's in this portion now, it's going to be here.
Sure. So the original Bullcart Trail is this area bifurcating a lot.
Yeah.
And then this was already a Bullcart Trail. This is an existing Bullcart Trail. And as you can see, it leads into the beach area, right? So in the proposed realignment, what the surveyor has done now is align that area that was there to here, and it's a straight line towards the beach area.
Okay.
Makes sense.
And then it doesn't separate
Their property.
this lot anymore.
Where is this located?
So basically, that would be to allow the owners to consolidate their lots for a seamless development, correct?
Correct.
But I think it
Okay.
also gives a seamless access for the public directly to the beach, right? So it's actually a benefit as well.
Yes.
I think the word Commissioner Henry used was win-win, Commissioner.
Yes, it's a win-win.
Correct, it is, you're correct. So what does the director would like to hear from us? I'm not sure, do you have an asking in reference to this?
Action item.
No, it really is, in order for this, the owner of the property to comply with the Guam Land Use Commission, condition of approval, the map needs to be acknowledged by the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, so.
Acknowledged or approved? Acknowledged?
Acknowledge.
Public law.
Where's the property located?
This is like in the, like the Duncas Beach area?
Okay.
Do it in California or?
No, in Tumon.
In Tumon.
The money.
Next to
Now,
Jimmy.
the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, based on our resolution 2023-01, it requests that we acknowledge and support the relocation of the Bull Cart Trail as delineated on that particular map. So you're asking is for the commission to acknowledge the public law as passed and for you to move forward on all the other necessary taskings, whether it be on section 2 or for that matter, there was also a waiver in section 3 of that where, there were 2 appraisals to accompany a bill that authorized the transfer of the land and the lease. Yeah, that was waived. So yeah, you're correct, Director, the commission needs to acknowledge. So I motion to make the acknowledgement.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Just a minute,
Aye.
please.
Discussion?
Yes. You were here how long ago? I remember this map
About 2 years ago.
2 years ago. I thought we had settled this issue already.
I believe the CLTC had prepared a resolution for the legislature, but there was no subsequent bill for the, basically, since it's a bull cart trail and it's under the administrative authority, it's almost like releasing the property, but it's not releasing it to any particular one, it's still for the public's use, because it's now designated as.
So our
right-of-way.
resolution, that was resolution 2023-01, back then, we did acknowledge this, the commission that is, acknowledged its support for the relocation of the Bull Cart Trail. And there was a map delineation number, which is 069 fiscal year 2019.
Yes.
Yes, that's the map we have here today for exhibit.
Thank you.
And this
So my motion
was
is to acknowledge
supposedly a
that. Okay,
net
yeah.
gain.
Sounds good.
This was a net gain to the Bull Cart Trail.
Correct.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, to the access, yes, 30 square meters.
There you go. I remember that number.
So so now that we've realigned the Bull Cart Trail, is that cleared or is that, because it looks like it's jungle on this? I'm just, so this straight line, do we know whether or not it's cleared? Or does somebody, DPW needs to go in there and clear it so that people can actually have access to the beach?
It's probably not cleared, but.
And there's nothing in the law that says that it would be the responsibility of
The developer?
the developer to clear that so
Well-
that we can have access to the beach.
It is, if the map is approved, it becomes a public access and utilities rights of ways. So DPW could then be the one
Okay,
to
thank you.
open up the access, yes.
And just for the record, when the bill was being heard prior to signing into law, there was a map attachment to that particular bill that was included by the Guam legislature. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at it as Exhibit A right now.
Motion
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I'm gonna head up to my 2 o'clock hearing, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Director.
This won't be the last that you see of us. We do have a lot of Bull Cart Trail issues that are gonna have to come before the commissions. Like I said, this is not the first one.
Thank you,
Or
Director,
last
for your
few.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Planner, for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Director,
I guess we can move in the order of the agenda now.
Yeah,
Oh, we weren't gonna continue with all the new business
Oh,
items?
I'm sorry, with all the new business, sorry.
Yes. As
can we,
actionable items.
because, there's a time for the attorney to leave.
Okay. Which is,
3 o'clock.
okay.
Do you have any specific items that need to be addressed while, since you're here?
First of all,
I'm
just-
sorry, I'm kind of confused. Did we, I think we had a second to the motion, correct? And there was some discussion. Did we call for a vote on that last motion?
Yes, we did.
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay.
just for purposes of background and education, you are not required to have an attorney sit here while you conduct your business.
Okay.
But there are two items in the agenda.
Yeah, I think the two agenda items which you may have some questions for me about is under old business, item D, the resolution with MedFarm, and item F, the grievance settlement. I think the rest of these items are similar to what you've already heard, where you're just deciding land use policy, and you probably don't need.
Maybe I would like to ask a question of the assistant AG in reference to D Med Farm. I'm kind of like confused because, in essence, really, I don't know how to make it softer, but it sounded like, a company squatted on government property.
Yes,
And now we're turning around, and I don't think we have the authority, because we never signed anything that allows for them to lease, and for us to even try to preempt that we can go back several years and recommend a particular, payback. I don't know that the commission can ask for that legally. We never had any type of information that allows for them, they were squatters. And so they got caught with their hands in the cookie jar, so to speak. And now they're turning around and trying to figure out, I'm not sure what they're figuring out, and I don't know where I come in as a commissioner. That's my legal question of you.
if it is the preference of the commission to seek to move these folks off your property, we can do that. The discussion, historically, the general thrust of the discussion has been to simply to try and get a lease with these people, get some money in the door from these people, because if we move them off the property, you're not gonna get any money. And so the staff proposal is to enter into a new commercial lease with these people at a rate reflective of what we currently consider fair market value. But Commissioner, you're absolutely right. If it's your preference to simply direct staff in the Attorney General's office to eject these people from your property, you can make that motion as well.
I'm very concerned only because this will set precedents. More than likely, it's a small island and people talk and says, hey, let's just go over there and build, they won't know, and then, anyways, they're gonna come back and say, okay, let's determine a lease. I'm just concerned about that double-edged sword.
It's a policy decision for the commission to decide.
You know, I'm not ready to make that call, because I need to like think about this.
If somebody wants to move to table item 5D, somebody could make a motion to that effect as well.
I have a few
Well,
questions.
I would like to make a motion to table
Wait.
5D.
Wait a minute, before we go into that. There is the company is willing to pay for the,
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
I'm sorry, there is someone from MedFarm that's present, if we can allow that individual to come up to the table.
Yes, please.
Please state your name and just sign.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. I am Renz Ramos. I'm a representative of MedFarm. First of all, I just want to address the fact that in regards to squatting, we were in talks with the past administration back in that day to help us pull through. We wouldn't invest in, changing the land and everything if no one gave us permission. But unfortunately, during that time, the person who was actually coordinating with that project is probably retired or they're not working anymore. And we're here to work with you guys. But during the past events, based on my information, I'm actually here to thank all of you guys. For coordinating with us and, clearing out any miscoordination, thank you that we could move forward with operations. I'm just really grateful for this good outcome. You were all able to find a solution, and I'm confident that, I would be like to work with you guys in the future. But is there anything, questions that you may want to ask me? Because I'm just here to
Okay,
address
so
anything.
I do have a question first. Do you have a current lease for the property?
Do we have-
No.
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 So, when, because you don't have a lease for the property, my question is, how were you able to build? Was any kind of PTR done, any land search? Because normally, unless you paid cash to do the building, if you, go to a borrower to build, they normally require a preliminary title report
Yes.
in which you would have to say you have some sort of a lease or some kind of ownership in order for you to proceed. So how were you able to achieve that? Did you build the building, is there a building here?
There's some structures.
Okay.
I think Mr. Joey was there to have a look. But usually, I think the last time I saw some information was it was a building permit, I think, from DPW. But based on that happened, I think 10 years ago, and I'm kind of just new from where I'm at. So I inherited this situation, but I'm just here to try to coordinate with you and try to iron everything out. And,
So you don't know how you were able to build without any formal ownership or any formal lease agreement? Is that what you're saying?
Currently, in my information, I don't know, but maybe the guy that was working with that long time ago, maybe they would know.
So, if I could ask a question as well,
Yes, sir.
it shows here that there's 2,500 square meters. What, is there a warehouse building on it or something?
So if I may, to give a little history, when we were conducting compliance inspections on commercial lessees in Dededo, we came across MedFarm utilizing property behind their primary business. We did do our due diligence. We did confirm that it is CLTC property that they're using. We did conduct some research. MedFarm representatives had provided us a copy of a building permit. We also took that building permit, we reconciled it with the aerial images that we have in file. We've determined that that structure or those structures were constructed in 2014, also coinciding with the permit year application. Currently, there are a couple of containers, a couple of what seems to look like warehouses on the property. And the area was determined by a certification done by Department of Land Management, which came up to 2,530 square meters, 2,530 square meters.
But the structures there are temporary structures.
Like I mentioned in the previous board meeting when this was all addressed, they're not temporary. Even after Typhoon Mawar, nothing moved. So it was built sturdy and strong. So if you flip it upside down, it's not gonna fall.
but these are containers.
There's 2 containers. I don't know the exact material that was used to build the other 2 type warehouses. But what we can say for sure is that the foundation is cement.
Oh, okay.
So he's here, we're here today so that he can make this payment arrangement, but there's still no lease?
Correct.
So are we in any stage of formulating a lease?
So what it is when this was discussed in the previous board, we computed a reasonable amount to assess based on 2021 appraisal report, and which it derived to $173,052 from 2014 to present. They did submit a letter requesting to commercially lease 1 acre property behind where their primary business is located. Although we did not present that to the board yet because of the pending payment, they came back and they requested to offer a payment arrangement. Unfortunately, administratively, we don't have that authority to say okay. But there is a process for commercial leases to be executed within CLTC. It's through a competitive bid process. That was explained to Mr. Ramos and Mr. Ramos Senior about our process. It's not a sole source, it has to go through a competitive bid. They are aware that they may potentially not be the successful bidder in that whole process.
So Commissioner Respicio, you made a reference earlier about processes as it relates specific to real estate that may still need to ensue prior to any lease agreement?
Repeat that, Commissioner Cameron, I'm not sure.
So there are
Is there a
some
clarification or?
potential unresolved things that we need to discuss before we can move forward?
I'm still just puzzled.
Joey, you want to
Yeah.
answer that?
Yeah.
Can you repeat that?
If I may, Madam Chair, what staff is looking for today is your approval, disapproval table, as you wish, on the payment plan proposal to address, we'll call it past due rent. Separate from that, staff will need to initiate a RFP process to formally lease the property that Med Farm currently occupies, perhaps Med Farm, perhaps somebody else. But the action item today is for you all to make a decision on the payment plan that's in front of you.
Based on the September 19 board motion of $570 per square meter for the amount of 2530 square meter lot. So I guess my question is, if we approve this payment plan from 2014 and it just says to present as in what month present? Present as in April 2025 or
Calendar year, so 2025.
to what month?
We couldn't, what happened was, we were struggling with determining the exact month in 2014. So at the previous board meeting, it was agreed we would assess based on year, so 2014, 2015, 2016, and forward. So this amount also includes payment for 2025.
So they're gonna,
So this payment amount could exceed this month as we proceed on a two-pronged process to put out an RFP for lease.
Not exceed, since 2025, it's calculated as the whole year, the entire year.
so if we accept this payment, they'll be occupying the property for at least until December.
Correct.
Okay.
Until December of this year?
Right, because if you look at the payment plan, it's up until 12/30/2025, so.
And that would give the commission time to do the RFP, do the competitive bidding, between now and and then to determine whether or not they stay on the property.
Just to give you a little.
Has the staff already moved forward to start working on an RFP for lease?
Not yet. Just to give you a little insight on the whole process is that the CLTC's commercial rules and regs has been promulgated through the enactment of Public Law 33-95, codified into subsection 75A122. What needs to happen is we'll present to the CLTC board a specific lot, let's just say like this lot, to be considered for commercial use. The board will designate it for commercial use. What CLTC will do is we'll plan a public hearing. We'll give the opportunity for whoever to come and be in favor or against it. From there, we'll bring it back to the board. If the board agrees through resolution, it'll be declared for commercial use. We'll send that resolution to the legislature. They have 60 days to act on it. If not, the 61st day it'll be automatically available for commercial use. From there, CLTC will create a determination of need, publish that, prepare the RFP, the specs in line with what's the requirements in the law, and then publish that. Then we bring it back to the commission. The commission will decide and put together a committee. That committee will review the RFP and based on the checklist, determine who's the most responsive and responsible party.
Sir, I just wanted to ask a question. Notwithstanding, I hear that process, I just listening to you, that process may exceed December this year.
Correct.
So what do we do then?
If the board should choose to continue to allow them to stay, we assess at the same rate. If not, then we would issue based on the board direction. If it's to evict, then that's what we'll do.
So if it goes beyond 12/30, if I recall you saying we charge by the years, if we decide to let them extend, it's gonna extend for 2020, the entirety of 2026, or?
That would be up to the board. If you want to prorate it and make it monthly, can be.
So what is the annual amount? Just to make it clear, what would the annual amount be? Because we have a total amount of from 2024 through 2014 through 2025 of 173,000. So what is that annually?
Let me just pull it back real fast.
That's 11 years.
14,421 annually.
Okay.
Annually or monthly?
Annually. One day
Shown
is
here
12.
as monthly.
Oh, no, but
So
that's
these
catch-up.
are just payments to get
That's
caught
catch-up.
up, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Right, okay, so these represent actual payments for years past.
Correct.
Mr. Rojas, yes, we are planning to, actually prepared to pay all our bills. I think the last request from, I think Ms. Mary, our representative, she said if possible, we can do pay it all off in 1 year.
They submitted up that. No, from May to December.
Oh, May
Right,
to
right,
December.
May to December, yeah,
But we're willing to pay.
right.
If the board should accept, we ask that a condition is placed that if they should not comply with their own payment arrangement, the arrangement is automatically voided and we'll do what we have to do to remove.
I think the-
I don't know if it's appropriate for me to go ahead and make a motion to accept the payment plan.
it's just to accept the payment plans.
Correct. That's my motion.
So accept the payment plan subject to automatic termination should they not comply with their own plan, right?
Correct.
Correct.
And also, I wanted to just add, subject to, should we not finish the RFP process after 12/25, the CLTC reserves the right to change the annual amount for the subsequent years into 2026.
So are we saying that there's a sliding scale that may occur?
Well, I'm saying that I'm not sure when I do the instant calculation, it's $1,200 and
I agree. I see.
1,200.75 per month for about half an acre.
So
We're gonna be
Madam,
amazed at what happens.
Ms. Bishop, could you then amend my minute?
So I'm kind of like Say that again, pardon me, out of my thought. Commissioner Cameron.
My initial motion was to accept the payment plan based on what the staff has provided to our chair and its members. And, but there was ensuing discussion about what if, beyond a certain date, such as the prescribed date up to December, if that exceeds, then we just come back to the table. Simply, we just come back to the table to reaffirm an additional payment plan, if that makes sense.
Correct.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Second?
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carried.
Motion to,
They already approved their date of that.
okay.
But it doesn't mean, I just want to make it clear, Mr. Ramos, it doesn't mean that should, should your occupancy extend through 2026 or any subsequent years without a lease, that the current monthly rate will be approved for the subsequent years of from 2026 moving forward.
No,
I just want to make that clear.
So after December 2025, it's subject to adjustment.
Yes.
you know what, we'll go with whatever you guys decide, because I'm here to coordinate with you guys, and you guys have been more than fair. You guys are very gracious. I'm really thankful. So
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
thank you for your time. Thank you.
I was very actually much favorable for me to make that motion at the time I did, when I heard the Assistant Attorney General speak about the two-pronged process. That first is, a payment plan, and that eventually at some point in time, an RFP has to go out.
Your time.
You're still good.
We're still good. Are we,
Got a little bit of time.
are we moving on to the 2F, I'm sorry, 5F? So Madam Chair, members, I'll kick this discussion off. In May of 2024, the Commission's prior acting director, administrative director, announced his retirement, and he had been out on medical leave for a number of months. Prior to that retirement, Mr. Cruz had been effectively the administrative director prior to the retirement, but as a consequence of the retirement, the Commission had to formalize the position of acting administrative director. Mr. Cruz took over that position in May of 2024. And as part of assuming that position, it was agreed that he would, that position would be a grade EP 22 with a salary of $114,016. Now, the Commission did not formally approve that detail until August of 2024. The delay was simply a product of it being the summertime, getting a quorum together, people coming on and off the Commission, but it wasn't until August of 2024 that a resolution was passed by the commission, putting Mr. Cruz, designating Mr. Cruz as the acting administrative director at a grade EP 22 and a salary of $114,016. When the personnel paperwork was sent to the Department of Administration, the Department of Administration took the position that the detail began on the day that the commission passed the resolution. The commission, and I'll speak for Mr. Cruz here, and Mr. Cruz, have taken the position that the detail began on May 13th, which was the day the previous acting administrative director retired, and Mr. Cruz functionally, operationally, for all purposes, assumed the role of acting administrative director. But our friends down the hall at DOA looked to the commission's resolution date as the date the detail has started. The personnel rules and regulations of the government of Guam put us in a place where the only way we, the commission, can effectuate the deal that was struck with Mr. Cruz, that you're the acting executive director in May and you get paid at the EP 22 rate in May, is to go through a grievance process. Because the Department of Administration has their view, prior commission had their view, and the only way we're gonna get the Department of Administration to settle this matter is with a directive from the Civil Service Commission to say that they too agree that the position started in May and the salary started in May. So in order to ultimately get the Department of Administration the paperwork they're looking for, we have had to move through the grievance process. We have done that. The resolution of that grievance process is in front of you in the form of this settlement agreement. What we need now is for you all to agree that the terms and conditions of the settlement are acceptable to you. Again, I'll speak to Mr. Cruz and indicate that he believes the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement are acceptable to him. We'll sign off. We'll send this to the Civil Service Commission. Civil Service Commission will say, okay, yes, this, that they too bless this settlement agreement, and that gets the paperwork with all the right signatures and all the right approvals on it to motivate the Department of Administration, frankly, to issue some back pay, to start to retroactively get Mr. Cruz paid at the EP 22 grade with the salary of $114,000 versus what they have been doing, which is paying at an annual rate of $110,000.
So, I just want to make it clear, so you're saying the Department of Administration won't retro back to May 13 because of the resolution was passed in August 2024, so they will only retro from August 2024? Is that what you're saying? Yes?
Yeah, if I may add
Yeah.
to it. So prior to Mr. Birch going on sick leave, Mr. Birch had issued, a letter was issued detailing me on May 13, 2024 as the acting administrative
So you
director.
have that letter?
Correct.
Okay, so the resolution starts August. So wouldn't the quickest way to move this forward is to amend the resolution to be retroactive to May 13, reflective of the letter from Mr. Birch?
It was already affirmed or reaffirmed and accepted by the board on September 19, 2024.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the Department of Administration, first, the personnel rules and regs, when a classified employee is detailed to the head of an agency, payment is deferred for 30 days.
Yes.
That in itself already is gonna create a perception of being retroactive, right? So the Department of Administration is saying that according to the 4GCA section there, that retroactive pay raises are illegal. In my opinion, however, they're not applying unless specified by law. The personnel rules and regulations were promulgated through the Chapter 4 of the Guam Code annotated. As a classified employee, I'm not entitled to receive any detailed pay prior to 30 days. The reason why the board heard the first on August 15, 2024 regarding the annual salary is because Mr. Birch wasn't an employee of CLTC. He was the acting administrator of CLTC as a collateral duty. He was the executive director of the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. So he wasn't an employee there.
You got his services for free.
And then.
For the mist.
And then after that, the concern was, when did it start? The Department of Administration believes that when the chairwoman had concurred with the motion summary in August 19, it should have started then. But the decision was made August 15, not August 19, it was just concurred in the motion summary. But fast forward, given that I was appointed by the acting administrative director, Mr. John Birch, on May 13, and in accordance with the personnel rules and regs, I wasn't entitled to pay until after the 30th day, but it was deferred
Right.
30
It's called
days.
deferred.
Yeah. So in a sense, again, it creates the perception that there's a retro pay, because it doesn't relieve pay, it's deferred, so
Right.
deferred meaning 31st day, you get paid back paid from first forward. So that's why we've been going back and forth, even with the board's decision on August 15, September 19. They're still disputing it. The 114 was initially received from the Department of Administration. That's the salary of our previous director who was actually paid by CLTC prior to Mr. Birch. And then when we processed everything, the Department of Administration came back and said that's incorrect. But again, my position is the board has the authority to fix the salary of the administrative director, which was already done. The board doesn't need to follow the executive pay plan, which is clearly stated in the CLTC Act.
So right now, we wanna settle this grievance, correct?
Correct.
And, I agree we should settle this grievance, I agree.
I think we should add in the dates of August 15 and September 19. I don't see those dates in here at all. Concurring that the board at those meetings had concurred with this settlement. You know, so then that way it actually gives you more weight in this settlement agreement that it is actually then gonna be, this is the third time you're appearing before the board to get this approved. Is that correct? Am I hearing that correct?
Third or fourth, but.
Yeah, so
in
why
that
don't I
number.
see that here? Why don't I see those dates here?
Is this something we can just administratively correct so that we can move forward?
Commissioner, if a motion were made to approve the settlement agreement subject to a revision in the recitals to add the suggested dates, and that the most important part of that motion is that the chairwoman is authorized to sign the amended settlement agreement, then we'll go back, create the new sentence in the recitals to memorialize those dates, but you all will have already authorized the chair to sign the agreement.
Wow, that's such a great motion. I don't even know where to begin to say it the way you just did. Is that something we can request, that we can put that in writing and make a motion on it?
I have a question. Mr. Miller, the public law says that he he's not entitled to pay until after the 30th day of his acting appointment, correct?
Correct.
Now, the initial appointment was in May, so he should be paid retro from the beginning of his acting appointment, which is in May, to the current. Are we in that same?
Yes.
That's what we think we're doing here.
Yes.
Now,
Correct.
the obstacle is coming from Department of Administration personnel that's saying it shouldn't be May, it should be when the chair in August signed the approval for the back pay and everything.
Right, that anything prior to the date
So-
the chair signed is retroactive.
What can we do as a board today which would preclude us from going through civil service?
We
I mean,
are.
Department of Administration is not gonna pay attention to it because they've been ignoring it already.
Correct. Frankly, we have been advised by the lawyers who work directly for the Department of Administration that the only way you're gonna get them to cut a check for this back pay is if they get an order from the Civil Service Commission to do it.
So we're wanting to do the grievance settlement, and this goes to civil service. They will move on it and then be done with it, right?
That is the goal, yes.
But you also,
Yeah,
you
so I'm gonna
also,
go back to the statement that you just made, sir. I like the way you outlined that motion. I don't know that I have the fortitude to repeat what you just said, so I can get that motion on the table.
The motion would be to approve the settlement agreement, subject to an amendment to revise the recitals section to add in add the August 15th and to recite that the board on both August 15th and September 19th approved the detail, and that the chairwoman is authorized to execute the settlement agreement as amended.
Okay, so can I go ahead and state my motion then?
Just a minute. Norm, would you use the word approve or reaffirm in the beginning? Because we've already approved it. We've approved it twice already, basically.
Yeah, reaffirm is probably a more precise word.
So I would like to make a motion to approve the settlement agreement subject to the settlement agreement that adds in the August 15th and the September
Reaffirm.
accrued detail, and to allow the chair, or to authorize the chair to make that amendment.
Sign the agreement.
I think you should say reaffirm in the beginning of your motion.
Okay.
The amendment would be to amend the recital section to include a sentence whereby both parties reaffirm that the commission on August 15th, 2024 and September 19th, 2024 agreed and restated that their intention that Mr. Cruz's role as acting administrative director began on May 13th, 2024.
Sounds about right.
Oh, at an annual salary of $114,016.
is that your motion, Commissioner Cameron?
Yes.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 The
Aye.
the only thing I want to add here is, where's the letter from DOA that states all of those things, that they're not gonna pay because of this and that?
So what we have is, when I was going through this whole process from step 1 through 5, that was all attached. It's emails, it's
So
comments.
you have that documentation, I just want to confirm that, it's not attached here.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
My dear commissioners, I have to apologize I have another meeting that deals specifically with my job here at Folk Rehab and Visit. So I'm gonna have to actually excuse myself for the rest of the meeting. Or is there another action item that won't take too long that we need to act on before my leaving the meeting?
No.
Okay, so I'm sorry that, and I know that there was a request by me that can be discussed in reference to my not having to miss my hours under my federal pay. Because right now, I only allowed myself an hour, so that means I'm gonna have to take 2 hours of annual leave, or 1 hour of annual leave, just so that I could have attended this meeting.
Thank you.
But thank you, everybody. I think we did a lot of good work. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership. I appreciate it. And thank you to our Assistant Attorney General. We're pretty pleased with your work, absolutely. And on behalf of myself, actually, I want to thank Mr. Joey Cruz for having the patience of Job. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Madam Chair, can you consider a recess?
Yes.
Make a motion or?
Motion to go on a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Go back.
The time?
3:13.
So Madam Chair, we'll proceed with item 6C, which is lot 101-22-15 Dedido for the designation for commercial use. In your packet, you have a staff report that gives you a little history of everything that transpired that, on that specific property. This property is commonly, is where the Global Recycling Center is conducting their business. Unfortunately, Global Recycling does not have a commercial lease with the CHamoru Land Trust. In the report, it shows, or it makes mention of how Global Recycling, excuse me, was brought onto the property. So initially, a commercial license was executed with Cocoa Recycling. How this property was included in the lease terms with Cocoa Recycling for their lease in Barrigada. Part of their lease terms was that Cocoa Recycling will commence the cleanup of lot 101-22-3-R1, lot 101-22-15, and lot 5219-1-1 in Barrigada. Fast forward, they did their cleanup. The previous director, Mr. Tom Elliott, had conducted a site inspection and had deemed that Cocoa Recycling had cleaned up the property satisfactorily. But during that time, Cocoa brought in Global Recycling and another company through a baling agreement.
Through a what?
A baling agreement.
Okay.
And then when Cocoa was relieved of their responsibility, Mr. Elliott, who was the administrator at that time, had gave them a document for them to continue to use. So today, Global Recycling is operating on an authorization to occupy that was issued by the previous director, Mr. Michael Borja, I believe in 2016, based on the report. Again, they have no commercial license. However, the board, the CLTC board in
I'm sorry, Director Joy, what do you mean they don't have a commercial license? They have a business license.
they have, the way I believe
Did it on
they,
commercial
They
lease?
don't have PDs.
commercial lease.
Okay.
The way they've been able to obtain the business license and the permitting was through the authorization to occupy. That was issued by one of the previous directors, Mr. Michael Borja. However, the board did at one time in
So they've been operating a business on this property since 2002 with no commercial lease?
they were brought on by Cocoa Recycling through a
So-
baling agreement.
But did Cocoa Recycling have a commercial lease?
They had a commercial lease for the property in Barrigada,
Not for,
but the subject property we're discussing was part of their lease terms to clean up.
Okay, and those were lot 15 and R1?
Correct.
Okay.
And 5219-1-1 in Barrigada.
Okay. So there's no lease for that?
Cocoa Recycling's lease has expired,
Okay. When did it expire?
I believe in 2024 or 2023
2023?
or 24.
Okay.
One of those years. However, because there's no lease, we're presenting you this today to consider designating it for commercial use. Again, does not necessarily mean that Global Recycling will be the successful bidder.
So is Global Recycling still operating business there
Yes, they are.
with no lease and they're not paying anything?
they paid one payment of 100,000, but it was unclear whether it was retro or going forward.
So we don't, what periods has that been applied to, the 100,000? What was it applied to?
It was just collected as one lot. During the discussions and when they did make payment, it wasn't clear whether it was retro or carry forward. Although in 2019, Global was presented to the board and was approved for a commercial license through the issuance of a public purpose authorization. Unfortunately, our interpretation and discussions with Attorney Miller and previous attorneys, because CLTC had their commercial rules and regs in place already, that should have avoided any approvals by the board. We also cite and reference the Superior Court case number CV 1101-18, which is the Guam Rocks versus the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. There was negotiations even after the enactment of our commercial rules and regs, and the court had decided absence an executed commercial lease license or other conveyance, the parties were still in the proposals phase. Accordingly, Public Law 33-95 voided the Guam Rocks Laguna license application. We've attached the commercial license agreement, the baiting agreement, and the Superior Court decision to the staff report.
But I'm reading here that in 2015, Director Borja gave Global Recycling an authorization to occupy. And an authorization to occupy also does not obligate them to pay any kind of lease or real property taxes. So since 2015, that authorization to occupy has not been revoked?
Correct.
And there has been no action thereafter to get them to pay anything?
Correct, because really, there's no strings attached to it, there's no requirement, it's open-ended, it doesn't even have an expiration date.
Was Director Borja empowered to initiate such a agreement?
I don't believe so.
Was the board part of the consent for that agreement?
I would need to go back to the minutes and review that to see if there was any discussions or authorization given to him to issue an authorization to occupy.
Through the board, yeah.
Correct. But I don't recall that happening.
And for what I recall with Global, neither Coco was not empowered to give Global any authorization to use that property.
They just.
Coco was a contract under us,
Correct.
but for Bargada land, Bargada Heights property.
Correct, with the condition that they clean the Delito property. Also, I wanna make mention that through the cleanup, Coco was given a 7.2 million credit. So in lieu of monetary payments for their Bargada lease, it was being deducted, the credit was being deducted as we go along. Today, there's an outstanding credit of $5.2 million. So there may be potentially liability on CLTC's part.
But the credit is just paper, because there's really not a transaction of true funds.
Correct, the credit was issued based on the services that was done by
Supposedly,
Google.
supposedly.
Correct. Well, as stated in the.
It was complete.
Yeah.
Somebody's
And I think we have to be very, very careful with this one,
Yeah.
because they're there illegally. There has been no exchange of money to support their being there. And They were placed on that property from someone who had a contract with CLTC, who was not empowered to put them on that property over an extended period of time. I've asked our legal counsel to do some sort of research into that to see if what's Coco's liability on this. And if Coco is liable for it, then we can deduct off their $5 million credit and overcharge them for allowing the use of the property without CLTC's giving them a license or a lease.
Was there a period of time in which that credit was supposed to have been paid? I mean, it was,
The license is really, is clear, it just states that in lieu of any monetary payment, it will be deducted from the credit. It's really detailed too on how the credit was calculated. And based on them clearing, I believe 25,000 cubic meters or cubic yards.
So what is
Metric tons,
what is the yearly payment for this lease? What would the yearly payment have been?
Zero.
No. If we were to exchange funds, what is the yearly amount credited then?
I don't have that on hand.
Because
Oh, right here, it says, the initial monthly fee is $6,631.20.
it's monthly.
Correct.
I'm sorry, what item are you on?
Compensation, with the,
Under details, what letter?
oh no, it's on the attachments, the license.
the license agreement?
Yeah.
Oh, so to Commissioner Garrido's point, under the license agreement, did you see anything here that allows them to sublet or enter to pass on this agreement to another company? So they were actually in breach of this agreement if they entered into another agreement.
In the license, it speaks that, for example, page 5, it speaks about paying the lessor for 40% of any rental payments, fees, or assessments of any sort received by licensee for said space and or accommodations.
Yeah, but it doesn't give them the right to sublet or enter into another agreement or to, to have this agreement be subjugated to another corporation, right?
Yeah. On assignments of rights, again, we.
What item is that?
Page 7.
Hold on just a minute. Okay. No assignment.
Yeah. We would have to go back to the minutes again and see if the board had granted them to bring in global recycling to conduct any activity. But I believe it speaks to only the Maranata property, not to the Delito property. Because the commercial license agreement is for 5219-1-1. The Delito property is just part of their terms of what they need to do.
Right, so
and
they were there
conditions.
cleaning up, and
Yeah.
the only thing that the other contractor should have done was clean up, right?
Correct.
Clean up, but then was it to clean up and occupy? Because they're currently occupying, right?
They
They're still
gave us,
occupying.
they gave them the authority
To occupy. And so where is that? Where is that in any agreement? To clean up and occupy?
It's under terms, page 3.
So this agreement is only for 5 years?
With options to
We had
renew,
up to 3 successive addition for a term of 5 years.
shall not exceed 21 years. So again, today,
I'm so sorry, but I don't see where it says that they can occupy the other lots, lot 15 and lot R1, it just to,
to begin
and
cleanup,
begin cleanup. It doesn't give them the right to occupy. Is that correct?
correct, that's what it said,
So this would have expired in 2024, right?
correct.
See, and neither Coco or Global was paid to CLTC any monthly rental.
Co-
They were not.
Global paid $100,000, but it's unclear, whether it's retro or forward. But CLTC did collect $100,000 during the tenure of Mr. Monty Muffless, which is on September 15, 2011.
Well, nevertheless, the lease is now expired.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Correct. So, in regards to lot 101-22-15, let me stand corrected, there's 2 items that we are requesting the board to address. Recently, we received a letter from EPA regarding the validity of the authorization to occupy. We asked the board to determine the status of the authorization to occupy issued to Global Recycling Center Inc., whether it's still valid or not, because they're coming up for their license renewal or their permit renewal with Guam EPA. And the next item is for the board to consider designating lot 101-22-15 for commercial use. So that will trigger the process of the competitive bid process.
And if we deny them the authorization to occupy, what would that mean for Global Recycling?
They won't be able to obtain their permit. Just know that with discussions with Attorney Miller in the authorization to occupy, there's a clause of releasing or indemnifying CLTC of any environmental issues and things of that nature. I could further discuss with Attorney Miller if the board decides not to honor the authorization to occupy or terminate, can we exercise that clause for any environmental remediation that's gonna be needed? I just read in the newspaper, I think, the other day, where the new EPA building's gonna be built. They've been digging tires out of the ground. I think it was on the Guam Daily Post.
Yeah, that's actually a concern of mine, is like, if these guys are operating a recycling facility, there's gotta be hazardous waste at somewhere there. And then how do we deal with it?
There is, because they recycle also transformers.
Oh, okay.
And I did go on an on-site inspection there, and at the time that I went, I was accompanied by Mr. Cruz and Commissioner Herrera. And you could see the oil sheen on the property because it was raining.
Okay.
There's even a section
And
in
what gives me a lot of concern about that is that's directly over the water line.
Right.
Also, what's in the back is the draining of the oil from the cars. Attorney Miller also, we took him on a tour.
Okay.
We didn't drive, we walked the area, so he's well aware of everything that's going on that property.
Yeah, so that is a concern, because if we don't, or, if they're removed, and, I mean, is the government gonna be left holding the bag to pay for the remediation, everything that's left there?
Potentially that might occur if we don't act on
Sure.
the indemnifying CLTC of any liabilities that's within the
Yeah.
authorization.
So we can, yeah.
There's been a lot of things that has happened with the Global property. At one point in time, well, initially there was a binder like this thick all about Global, okay? And I had to read it. Now, CLTC used to have a bulldozer. It was loaned to Global, and Global scrapped it.
What happened there was CLTC was able to obtain a D4 dozer
Yeah, bulldozer,
from
Department of Ag.
Department of Corrections. At that time, it was Mr. Monty Muffness who was the administrative director. An MOU was created for Global to hold, maintain, in the event it's needed, CLTC needs it to clear our properties or easements, Global will borne the cost of her transportation and operation. Unfortunately, we learned later that a fire had broken out and they scrapped it, which is not the process to dispose or to survey government property.
Right.
Again, the board was at that time informed, but no action was taken.
So does Global Recycling want to proceed with an authorization to occupy?
I believe they have interest in, this was already enacted in 2015. And again, based on our site reference to the Superior Court civil case number, because no license was executed, it was all in the proposal phases. Public Law 33-95 would have voided everything. Just note too that during the tenure of Mr. Jack Haddock, Global also did obtain appraisal reports. So it was in the process already. There was some actions occurring. So I believe they may still be interested in continuing their operation.
If they continue their operations, can we collect anything for them occupying the property?
Maybe if we terminate the authorization to occupy and assess like how we did Med Farm. I believe that may be a possibility, and I can discuss that with Attorney Miller, and we can put together a report and an analysis, and we can present it to the board if it's acceptable. On the flip side, Global is just gonna have to accept our proposal. They haven't come forward with any type of proposal that we can present to the board, nor have we asked. But it's something that can be considered, and we'll be more than happy to draft up something in lines with what we did with MedFarm.
FYI, for you, the two new members, Global did come in about 2 or 3 years ago, and they did not have any written lease or license to fall back on. They did not have any documents to prove that they were authorized to be on there from COCO or from CLTC. But what they did disclose is their partner is from Taiwan. The partner in Taiwan is the one who's supposed to be receiving the scrap metals from Guam.
Oh.
Also just, aside from the credit, the 5.2 credit to Cocoa Recycling, please note that we did receive, I don't know exact date, but we did receive a letter from the attorney or attorneys, I believe it's Attorney Cook and Champ Cabo.
Attorneys for who?
For Cocoa Recycling, in regards to their $5.2 million credit.
That they want something back, or what?
Want us to pay?
Seeking a resolution to the credit.
See, their credit is about to end, because they can only limitations, right, for
Right.
creditors coming after you. There's
Yeah.
that also applies in reverse.
Right.
So that's why they're stating a position now so that they can, but in my reading of the history,
Mm-hmm.
I still feel that COCO was not empowered to situate them on that property.
Right.
And like he said, the 100,000, we don't know whether it was to begin a sort of like a license or a lease on the property, or was it to pay retroactively? It's very, very clouded about what the money was,
Unclear.
Yeah.
was given for, and
So if the board would like to table it, and we can,
I think something
Yes.
like that, we should
Probably.
have our legal counsel here to try and advise
Sure.
us, because I know at one point in time, I had requested Attorney Miller, I think, to do like a discovery on COCO,
Mm-hmm.
and Global.
Just also, just to inform the board, we did request for like copies of the bill of lading. We weren't able to tie up or ascertain the $7.5 million credit. The information that was provided, it didn't result to $7.5 million
Oh,
of
so-
work
Yeah.
or the debris or metallic waste removal.
So we can't really, there's nothing for us to reconcile,
Correct. Other than what's stipulated in
and then, right,
the license agreement.
got it.
The documentation was very poor, provided by Coco to equate to that $7.5 million award.
But if the board can consider at least give me some guidance so I could respond to the Guam EPA regarding the status of the authorization to occupy. There is a process that EPA takes, I think a 45-day public input process or something. Yeah, 45-day public comment period in order to renew the application. If the board should choose to table it, that's the exact answer I'm gonna give them. The board's table, and we'll discuss further at a later date.
I guess, I'm really trying to ascertain what would be the detriment if we don't approve the right to occupy. You know, if we don't approve the right to occupy, and then, okay, it's dissolved, and then they just can't close their doors and leave. I mean, it doesn't seem like if they're not here wanting, you know, it doesn't seem like they have any interest, you know, and I guess that's what I'm kind of concerned about. If they know that they don't really have a right to occupy, and they know that the right to occupy is now in question, and their license is subject to the right to occupy, wouldn't you think that it would be in their best interest to come and try to persuade or explain to the CLTC as to why they think that they should continue to occupy? But if they're not, have they been given notice?
So we didn't invite Global to this meeting because it wasn't specifically to discuss any in discussions with Attorney Miller, the avenue that he suggested we present to the board is to have the board consider the property for commercial use. Because either which way we go, the board doesn't have the authority to sole source a commercial license or lease, given that.
So that would be step one. Because it says under here, the board consideration, on item 4, you're asking us two things. One is the authorization to continue to occupy, because A, and the letter B is to what you
Proceed.
specifically stated. So really what your consideration is just, what you're the ask is for B, and to table for A. Under this sheet here,
I mean, just like the Med Farm,
Yeah.
who's utilizing the property without any commercial license, not even an authorization to occupy. We're looking at it like, first, the board, if they can provide some clarification or determination whether the authorization to occupy is still valid. This in turn will allow us to communicate and convey to the Guam EPA in regards to the renewal of their permit. But nonetheless, even if the board should decide that it's still valid, if we're gonna resolve the issue of no commercial lease or license, that would come in with part B.
Mr. Cruz, when we forced Global to come into the meeting, there was a threat of an eviction, correct?
Correct. At one point in time, the board had decided to issue a cease and desist order.
There you go, cease and desist.
They did come to the table, there were discussions, but again, I believe that time already our commercial rules and regs was already in place. The board at that time didn't have the authority to sole source any issuance of a commercial license or lease.
So what I'm gathering is, if we're gonna do anything, whether it be now or in the future, we need to designate the property for commercial leasing, right? And it's not necessarily, guaranteed that they're gonna occupy, but in order for us to even give a commercial lease, even to them, we'd have to designate it for
Correct.
commercial use.
Correct.
So, there's no way forward without that.
Correct.
Right,
It has to go up in a bit.
right,
Correct.
yeah. But it seems like it's something we have to do anyway, because otherwise we would just evict them from the property and then, I guess, essentially shut it down with, unless, because if there's no commercial authorization for leasing, then, right,
It
we
won't
can't do anything, right? So at the very least, we kinda need to address that, but,
If the board should choose that that's what they want.
Right, right.
Yeah.
personally, I'd be a lot more comfortable with if Attorney Miller was here to discuss letter A.
We can table the matter.
Yeah.
And we can put it on the next agenda item for the next meeting. Change, but specifically only 101-22-15 is in CLTC's inventory. Or the other lot.
Yeah, so then why were we interested in cleaning up the other two lots?
I'm not sure.
If it's not in CLTC inventory?
At that time, I believe this was like right after Typhoon Kaka, I believe. But I do not know the
And
specifics.
so then now CLTC also is on the hook for $5 million credit for property that doesn't even belong to us. It's on the hooks, for a property that they cleaned up for EPA, right?
Yeah, the transfer came later for the village transfer station.
Okay, I just want to make that in record.
Madam Chair, for items under new business D, we have no representatives from Liao Powell Investment LLC. If the board can consider tabling this agenda item, we can only speak to what was provided. Any specifics regarding the realignment of the Bull Cart Trail, we wouldn't have any specific information. So if the board can consider tabling it, that would be appreciated.
I just have a question. So they want to realign their Bull Cart Trail, and this is a private company.
Correct.
And we had the Director of Land Management here with his Chief Planner here addressing items A and B,
Correct.
which also pertain to private companies.
Correct.
So I guess my question is, why aren't they doing a presentation?
So the difference is that the two presentations done by DLM was authorized through law. The realignment of the Bull Cart Trail in item B,
Right.
and as we suggested to this company, it went through the Guam Land Use Commission.
Okay,
And I believe they approved it based on getting the approval of the Chamorro Land Use Commission. We did advise this company, they may want to consider going to the Land Use Commission first, getting their blessings, and then coming down here and seeking the blessings of.
so we don't know whether or not these maps have the blessing of Department of Land Management?
They don't, they're not finalized maps. They're missing the signatories on the signature side. It's just all proposals.
So, can I make a motion to, I don't know, key it back, and they need to go to Department of Land Management first, because I don't wanna give a blessing if we don't even know what the Department of Land Management, what their master plan map looks like. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we know where they wanna,
I believe this is the property, right next to Epal Beach.
right, but what is it, are they depicting what it is they wanna do, or where they wanna move it to?
So if we're not mistaken, in their packet, the map that has the highlighted yellow line, that's the Bull Cart Trail.
Current.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
They wanna relocate that closer to the parking of Epal Beach.
that's the current, and they wanna relocate it to where?
To the, adjacent to the parking of Palm Beach on the left. That's our understanding. But again, we don't wanna misrepresent them. That's why we're requesting if the board can consider tabling. Although the board chooses to table and instruct them to run it through the GLUC, that could be also considered.
I think that I would feel more comfortable and confident if the Department of Land Management took a look at how the surveyor redid the survey. Because all surveying maps anyhow need to be approved by DLM. So if there's an error in this survey and it's not been assessed by DLM and we approve it, our approval doesn't mean anything. You know, because DLM can kick it back and say you can't do that because for whatever reason.
I didn't have those maps.
It's in the back.
So we found,
Yeah,
yeah, oh no, his,
mine didn't have it.
Mine doesn't.
I think it shrank, they shrunk it.
Oh, okay, we got
Sorry.
smaller maps.
We won't do that next
Yeah.
time.
yeah, it's just too small, so,
So this
Okay.
is the initial,
But if
All right,
you're
all
that
right.
high, she can't see.
I
and
know.
then this is how they wanna put it. They wanna move it out, remove it from running across and move it
to where?
To the side.
to the side
Oh,
where the
yeah, yeah.
Palm Beach parking is.
Wait, which side, this side
Oh, okay.
or
The left side, correct.
this
The-
side?
The
Okay,
Tokyo,
yeah.
Tokyo Hotel.
Here, you can have this.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
it makes sense, you know, visually, it makes sense.
Yeah,
You know, but if we don't have,
The technical review.
correct from DLM, we don't even know if this is even correct, you know what I mean?
Just know that any request for the realignment of Buckhart Trail, we do emphasize it might be a good idea to get the Guam land use to approve prior to coming to the board, for the mere fact of the concerns you stated.
But I thought you said this was already approved by Guam Land Use.
No, it
Oh,
wasn't.
okay, yeah. So I think that it needs to go to DLM so that they can take a look at it, because, you know, a surveyor can make any survey, but if it's not approved,
so nothing's been submitted to TOUC at all?
Not to our knowledge.
Just based on the layout here that's given, where they highlighted, it looks like they're gonna turn up with a net positive, and we lose on the Buckhart Trail.
oh, because of the length.
If it's only gonna be parallel to the existing right of way,
I'm
Yeah.
not sure if they increased the width,
So we
that-
don't have that
Yeah.
we
information?
don't have that
See,
information.
but if you just take
It
this
may
and
be in
put
that
it
packet of
makes
theirs,
sense.
but again, I don't wanna misrepresent their project.
It would have been nice if Lee Powell Investment were here to explain their request for relocation.
Were they
to
noticed
Buckhart
on the
Trail.
meeting, or?
They were informed, everybody was informed.
How come it says, in their letter of December 2024, they do add request for a meeting with CLTC? Did you ever respond to that and have a meeting with them?
We did meet with the group prior, I believe their request is to be placed on the agenda for the board. But we did meet with, Mr. Ray Cruz, I believe, who's their surveyor, and Mr., I forget his name, the representative of Lee Powell.
Jeremy?
Yeah, we did the report on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but let's just say who owns what, it doesn't say really, I mean, it's not really gonna tell us what we need to know.
So the board would like, to table with the condition that it is recommended that the company goes through the process of the Guam land use. The board just needs to inform us of that and
So do they go through the Guam Land Use Commission, or do they just go directly to Department of Land Management and present their map? Can't they
Is
do
there a
that?
set process?
I believe it's gonna get presented and then referred to the GLUC. If I remember correctly, that's how the item B had occurred. So they had the Guam land use approval with the condition that CLTC would approve, which is why a bill was created and a law was
But the
enacted.
GLUC is different from DLM. Yeah,
It's
so-
within, well,
It's the Guam Land Use Commission is a commission and the Department of Land Management
it's
is,
an agency.
right, so when I'm saying DLM is, I wanna know what the director has to say with regard to moving this. But the Guam Land Use Commission is whether or not it fits into their master plan.
And whether it adheres to everything else, like the continuous use, that may be a concern. But not to speak to their exact
Yeah.
task. I do understand, I believe if an easement or even for like a boot car truck can be realigned, it has to be presented to the Guam Land Use Commission.
Okay. And you advised them of that in their meeting that they requested? You advised them of that?
We advise that it's more, it might be more favorable for them to get the approval, but again, because they requested to be placed on the agenda for the board's consideration, that's what we did.
Do you folks want to table it, or?
I make a motion to, I don't wanna table it because we're just gonna keep, you know, I wanna make an action to have them go back and get the approval from the Guam Land Use Commission, to present this to the Guam Land Use Commission, to see if whether or not it fits into that master plan, and whether or not it's in alignment with the Department of Land Management before we give them our approval. Because also to Commissioner Garrido's point, is, are we gonna be losing instead of adding? Or
Yeah.
are we even getting equal exchange? It looks like, just by eyeballing the,
Yeah.
you know, it looks like,
Well, land management
They will-
usually does the survey.
right, so
Yeah.
I think it needs to be reviewed by the Department of Land Management and CLTC, or
Okay,
no,
so
Guam Land Use
GLUC.
Commission, GLUC.
You can make a motion then on that.
I make a motion to have,
Land management.
lot 10122-15, oh no, request for alignment of Boulevard Trail, lot 514, and lot 51443, New and Tamuning, to refer to Guam Land Use Commission and the Department of Land Management for further review and consideration.
Okay.
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We'll make sure to send them a letter and CC Director Borla the letter to inform him of, there'll be a constituent company as well.
Yeah,
But that would be the proper
yeah.
Correct.
channel, right?
It's good to get the experts to determine whether it's not impeding or disrupting any continuous use, or, and they could identify if there is a negative or positive gain.
Mhm.
Right.
It's gonna make that right of way, the existing right of way look a little bit weird because of the beginning. It's
So
gonna be
this is where it
slender and
expands.
then it's gonna get wide.
Remember Pro Restaurant, this is GDP.
Right.
So it's right here, and what we wanna do is take this and move it here,
Yeah.
it's into the ocean, so it's already in that negative. Right, when you look at this,
Yeah, but see, this part,
yeah,
it's not gonna change. This is the entrance part, it's not gonna
Right.
change. If it's a 40-foot right of way right now, it's not gonna be held by this, because this is a Pro restaurant.
right. So yeah, we'll wait for the recommendation.
Madam Chair, the next item on the bill, 6E is the next item on the agenda is 6E, Bill 79-38. The public hearing for this bill was rescheduled due to no attendance. The bill though speaks to selling a portion of property, portion of block number 8 in New Hoggett to Kevin Susuiko, the buyer. CLTC's only involvement in this bill is that CLTC will receive the proceeds from the sale. The property that is being considered to be sold is part of a park of the subdivision. It's not CLTC property, although we're open arms and anyone who wants to give us money, so.
So who owns the property?
It's part of the park, the development of the subdivision, so it's not CLTC's, it's not in our inventory.
But if he buys it, the money's gonna come to CLTC.
Is that
Normally when-
legal?
Yes, yes. Normally, fractional lots, proceeds from the selling of fractional lots, food cart trails, I guess generally selling of government land that is not in the inventory of any other agency will come to CLTC.
But you said it's part of a subdivision, so wouldn't that have been privately owned? Somebody bought the land of the subdivision and didn't they parcel it off per lot, sold it and built homes, so even the portion of the lot for the park was purchased?
It was the subdivision, I think, designed by the Navy back in 19-something.
It's not a private subdivision,
No, ma'am,
it's not like Kaiser or,
no.
This
I
is
don't
the one
believe so.
near the river.
There's a river that's traversing through the park.
What is this word supra supposed to mean here in the last sentence?
That's something. I'm not sure.
Page 1, last sentence.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what that refers to, the portion of the lot supra. Maybe it speaks to just the amount needed to come into compliance with the setback.
That's why I'm asking, I don't know.
I'm not sure either. I just saw money, so I'm, okay, you can take it.
Because the term supra that I know of deals with electronic locks that we use in real estate.
oh,
You pay it every
Yeah.
3 months.
I'm not too sure. Would the board want to consider making any comments? Because we did submit a letter saying that at that time, we're not gonna submit any testimony because the board hasn't had the opportunity to discuss this bill. That's a common practice for all the bills. If the board hasn't discussed yet, we submit.
well, I don't really, what is the ask here? I don't understand what the ask is, we don't own the lot, they're just asking us, do we wanna be the recipient of funds? Is that what the ask is? Cause the answer would be yes.
Are they just asking us to support it?
We
Yeah.
can't, give them the authority to sell or anything, cause you just said it's not in our inventory.
I think like Commissioner Rojas, it's just for the support of the bill.
But it says an act to authorize to sell a portion of, so it's just, the ask here is just to support the bill?
Correct,
Because the authorization will come from the legislature, right?
correct.
We should get more of
And-
those.
So did you say that the public hearing was rescheduled because there was no attendance? Was it no attendance from,
Well, Chairwoman Bernardio and Dexter were in attendance, but because the bill is not specifically concerning CLTC,
right?
I'm assuming it was rescheduled for that reason.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
So we just need a motion to support the sale?
I think that's what the board.
I don't think that, I mean, since we're in the discussion stage, I don't think that whether or not we support the bill has any real bearing,
Yeah,
you know?
understood. It's just,
I think that this is a private matter. The owner of the lot, for whatever reason, says that he bought the lot not knowing that the structure in the property is not in conformance. So what does that mean? Does that mean that he doesn't have title insurance?
Could be, or cannot
You know.
refinance, or,
Well, because if you had title insurance, you would have known that your property was non-conforming. So I don't think that's really a matter for us to decide. If he wants to go to the legislature to purchase a certain portion of land that doesn't belong to CLTC and we don't know who it belongs to, then I think that he can do that.
Correct.
I don't think that it has any, you know, as a commissioner,
And
I'm
also,
not sure why would we support or not support.
just to add, your support may create a precedence for future issues, so, not setback issues.
So whether or not we support, they could still pass it and still
Correct.
pass the money on to us.
And there is a setback variance process at the Department of Land Management,
Correct.
which you can also avail of.
Correct. The conditional use or.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go out on a limb, but I think because it's a part which is reserved to support the community of the development, because normally when a subdivision is created, and this is not my area of expertise, but just through my prior personal experience, for like a housing, especially a residential housing on an R1 zone property, the park has to be a certain size to meet the
Right.
requirements of the community, so.
So I think that should fall on the legislature to determine whether or not that they want to proceed with the sale, because we don't, me personally as a commissioner, I don't want to take away from any community development park. And this seems to be more of a private matter for the landowner. And there are other channels and other means by which he can do variances, setback variances, and so that he can make his lot conforming.
I think what he did was it was built into the park.
And the neighbors might do the same.
Definitely, not might, they will.
So we'll just not act.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, what would it be?
What is the motion? Not,
No decision.
No decision?
no decision.
Okay.
We did not support or not.
Okay. Not to support or,
Table it.
No, I don't want to table it because I don't want it to come back.
I think in order to close this item, there needs to be a motion.
I'd like to accept the money though.
Definitely.
Well, according to Director Cruz, all funds that,
Normally,
from the sale of proceeds of lands that nobody wants to claim will come to us anyway.
Normally
They'll
that's-
go to the CLTC coffers,
that's what has
so-
occurred throughout the,
yeah.
Um,
It'll be the decision of the legislature.
correct,
Yes.
okay. Okay.
So Madam Chair, does a motion need to be made? Any kind of motion? A motion to do what? To say it will be the decision of the legislature?
Yeah, you
To
will
abstain,
forward
maybe you could
this
abstain.
back to them. We don't, we have no decision on bill number 7930
No position.
No position. It's not our call.
Motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to place for our consideration bill number 79-38, an act to authorize Imagahagan Guahan to sell a portion of Block 8 in the new agat designated as Block 8 Park Area and to deposit the proceeds of the sale into the CHamoru Land Trust Infrastructure and Survey Fund. I would recommend that we list this as a no action on the part of the CLTC, and the bill go forward with the legislature for further proceeding.
Yeah. A second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. So, going back to old business,
We're almost there.
I make a motion to hear these gentlemen, what are they here for, what agenda item?
For item 5C, which is lot 7161-R1G.
I make a motion that we now entertain item 5C, lot 7161R1 Gigo, as we have members of the public here.
and all other business matters,
And all other business matters,
old business.
and all other old business matters.
No,
Okay.
we haven't finished.
Yes.
Madam Chair, really it's item 5C
Oh, I
is an update. Today present is Mr. Hans Ada, the president of the Guam Motorsports Association, and Mr. John Birch Jr., the vice president of the Guam Motorsports Association. Through 5, CLTC was required to lease or shall lease a portion of or all of lot 7161-R1, which was commonly or previously known as the Guam Raceway Parkway. And our last meeting where we discussed this item is we were waiting for the completion of the scheme that that would have resulted from the GPS points that we took picture of to determine the area that GMA was requesting to lease from Roar Land Trust. That area was determined to be 104 acres. There was a subcommittee formed. The board representative in that subcommittee was former Commissioner Ibanez. So today we request the board to consider appointing another commission member to represent the board in the negotiations. That's one. Accept the 104 that was determined and reviewed by the Chief of Cadastry, Mr. Paul Santos. And if possible, the board consider what would be the rate. That is one of the most important aspects of our negotiations is what does the board want to charge or what they're comfortable charging. Again, if you have any questions, the president and vice president of the Guam Motorsports Association is present. You can allow them also, they may want to speak on behalf.
Thank you for having us up. Like Director Cruz said, my name is Hans Ada. This is John Birch Jr. We're with the Guam Motorsports Association. So Guam Motorsports Association was formed to open and operate the Guam Raceway Park, which is located on lot 7161-R1. The law was passed at the end of August, beginning of September. Since then, we've been formally meeting with CLTC in these public meetings since then. And our last meeting was December 10th. And then like Director Cruz said, our site inspection to see what size of the footprint is that has all the raceway activities on was established. And I also have some other documents that I could provide to kind of bring you up to speed to where we left off while CLTC still had quorum in December 10th. So I have the latest lease that we've been drafting, and then also a business plan that I put together, and that's also going to help you guys just see all the information on the Raceway Park and what is Guam Motorsports Association, the activities that we hold there, so I can provide it to you guys if you would like.
So was that provided to us in the packet?
No, we needed to get the board to accept the to accept the scheme that was prepared, because it determines what the area size was, or is, 104 acres. And like, this is our update.
So is the property they're wanting, the stuff within the dotted lines?
Correct, within the guideline.
See, what was turned out? You don't know?
So, what is this portion here? What is on the dotted line?
Yeah, that's the actual quarter-mile race strip.
Yeah.
The drag strip.
That's
The
the
drag
drag
strip.
Yeah. So we were really trying to compress all the activities that we do. We didn't want to claim or try to lease anything, you know, that we won't be using. We don't want to pay for something that unnecessary.
So,
It's the same thing with for satellite roads.
wouldn't it make more sense to have that drag strip along here? Because if you're not gonna use this portion,
It's already built.
It's pre-existing.
Yeah.
It's already-
And unfortunately, due to circumstances prior to us forming our organization, the land has been altered, so.
Okay. Got it.
The drag strip.
Disregard the yellow line, just look at it in case we do it. How sure that's gonna reflect what's.
Doing better, doing better, taking it easy.
He's got a meeting at 5:30, right?
We'll see.
See if it's going around. So that's like an aerial image of,
Yeah, it's just based on pre-existing infrastructure that's already been created by a prior organization on this particular property. And we were just looking to lease the property, maintain it, and upgrade what we can, of course, through the years.
so Commissioner Cruz, what is this portion currently being used for? So,
The remaining portion.
what is this portion here?
I believe the prior company was using it as like a outdoor biking trail.
That was, in all honesty, we would love to obtain the whole property. But that was part of the negotiations with the previous board. They were looking for us to compress our activities. In doing so, we would have had to have gotten rid of the actual bomb cycling organization, and we won't be allowed to participate up there. Truthfully, we would love to obtain that piece of property too, so we can maintain bomb cycling and have the cyclists have a safe place to exercise
But
and
this is
travel.
not as big, this is not being leased by Guam Cycling.
No.
It's previously has been, so to be clear, nothing has happened with that property since the eviction of the prior organization, so nothing is being used. But during its heyday, I would say that was the course for the Guam Cycling. So they're not riding on the sides of roads or anything like that, that portion was for
So
Guam
this is the
Cycling.
proposed area that you had been discussing in your subcommittee, the portion in blue.
Correct.
Okay. My only thought about this is, I know that that's existing, but as a new organization, I know you wanna maintain, the existing facilities, but you also have to make your own investment. And because this portion was previously, the entire portion was previously leased by the prior tenant,
Correct.
right? And now moving forward, since we're breaking it up, by allowing this organization to maintain this strip, which is in the middle, it renders this portion useless. And I think that for CLTC, as a board, as a commission, we have to look at the overall usefulness of the entire land. So if you're asking us today to approve this as drawn, I would like you to go back to the drawing board.
Oh,
And you need to reassess what your investment is going to be.
That, I'd like to state for the record, that wasn't our initial thing, that was part of the compromise. Because the previous board, or the prior board, was really trying to minimize the number, not necessarily the practical use of the property. And without
The
actually
number,
being.
what do you mean the number?
The acreage, the number of acres used or leased. So, I mean, we're fully aware that that's
Yeah.
not the most practical use of the entire property. Like I said, we would love to use the entire
So
space.
this is not set in stone, what they're
No,
asking,
no.
okay?
That long piece, that's
Yeah.
the drag strip.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
understand.
Yeah, and like I said, we know that's not the best practical use. I mean, you see it, it's a flag, right?
Yeah.
We all kind of
Yeah.
know property, and
Yeah.
we're leaving out a triangle there because the ask was for us to minimize acreage. I mean, it
Right.
wasn't practical. I mean,
Minimize acreage for the purpose of what? So that everything else could be useful. And by designing it
Correct.
in this way, it's not useful. And the decisions we make today is gonna affect not only today, but the next 10, 15, 20 years. So in the next X amount of years, if a developer comes and says this is already commercial use and they wanna use this property, how are they gonna go around your drag strip?
It wouldn't be possible because there's no access.
Exactly, so that's, I want you to consider that.
So are we
So I'm not
open?
sure where we stand. The ask is to approve this, approve 104 acres, but the 104 acres as drawn out includes the way this is, and
Understood.
Oh, yeah,
I don't think that this
understand.
is,
Practical,
So,
correct
yeah.
for
so-
CLTC.
so maybe, GMA can resubmit, the area desired. It will, if we're gonna go out again and, GPS shots, it may, I don't think it's gonna take the same amount of time, but it's gonna take some time. If you have a definite number, on your request, I believe you could just put a definite number. And then we'll present it to the board for their, acceptance. Although, if we could at least get ahead of it and, the board can consider to appoint one of the commission members to sit in the subcommittee, so that at least the board is represented, and that
To help with the
individual.
planning, right?
Correct. Cause we have like 10 drafts, I think we've worked on, if,
We're extremely open to working with anybody, and we're extremely open to entertaining any type of use. Our main focus is just to open this facility for
Yeah.
public use. That's really it.
I think it'll be very exciting, and Guam is waiting for it. Yeah.
Thank you, yes.
We're ready to go.
Definitely. So would it, I've always come here with the most humble respect for the board. Does it make more sense to request for the whole property versus this weird flag-shaped portion?
No, if you're not gonna use the whole property, don't request for the whole property.
Correct. I mean, we could use the whole property so that we can include the Guam Cycling Federation.
Yeah.
But it's, at the time when this came about, it was just, we were just minimizing numbers. I mean, and with, ultimately what that did was we got rid of different fractions of the organization.
I think if you could prove that, the property could be used and generate the kind of, revenues that, that would be reasonable, it's a large piece of property and there's a lot of potential with it, and especially knowing the kind of, motorsports that, I know like, there's international competitions in Saipan and stuff like that, and so there's definitely potential for many different kinds of activities, so. I think it would just be a matter of showing the commission, what that is, what the potential is, and how we can come to maybe a consensus on what a reasonable payment is. So, I'd be willing to work with these guys if,
I make a motion to appoint Commissioner Rojas to the subcommittee to resume the non-commercial lease negotiation with the Guam Motorsports Association.
Need a second. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Motion carries.
okay.
Could we also ask if we'd be able to continue, or we could have a date on the next working session, Mr. Rojas is available?
Yes, what we'll do is we'll get a consensus on Mr. Rojas and Attorney Miller, and then we'll send it out, and we'll give you several dates, so at least it works within the schedule.
That was easy.
Very
Thank you.
exciting.
Thank you guys.
Yes.
Extremely
Thank you.
productive day, thank you
Yes.
guys.
Sorry.
No,
No,
wait,
we're
more
forward.
than-
Let's-
more than-
I
Yeah,
just
move
have
forward
one
with your
question
plans.
for the group.
Yes, ma'am.
There were some paperwork that you needed on your organization. Mr. Cruz,
I believe it's, your articles of incorporation and your nonprofit status, I think your certificate, I believe that's what that was.
December 16th, the day that we should.
We'll, what we'll do is we'll send you an email to follow up, just, so that,
No, I believe it was sent already, since the request was in December.
okay, we'll verify.
And if it wasn't, we can just walk in a hard copy if that's the case.
Okay, if it's convenient for email, that's fine, we'll accept it. I know you did submit your filings with DRT to establish as a nonprofit.
Yes.
I believe that's what that was.
There's
Okay, we'll go through the email, and if there's anything missing, we'll definitely will let you know. If not, then we'll ensure that it's filed with file. But we'll work on the dates. Let me just get with Attorney Miller and Commissioner Rojas to see what's their available dates, and we'll provide you with more than two, so at least there's
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you guys. You guys have a great day. Appreciate your
Thank you.
time.
So that'll be back to you.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Okay, we have Hussein Castro.
This is just an update on Mr. Munoz. Previously, it was Ms. Carmen Meno who was present on the meeting 2 weeks ago. Ms. Carmen Meno was the named beneficiary of Mr. Munoz, who is deceased. The Guam Housing Corporation did foreclose on the property and did go through their process, which I believe was sold already through their process. There's an amount, CLTC can exercise the redemption clause, which is paying no more than $46,000. But the board did give the opportunity to Ms. Carmen Meno to go seek some financing mechanism, whether it's a personal loan. We just learned that Ms. Meno only visited Guam Housing yesterday, although nothing was completed. We have been calling Ms. Meno on numerous occasions, voicemails were left, no responses. However, we will continue to reach out to Ms. Meno. If she is unable to either get a loan through the Guam Housing or through a personal loan, definitely we will prepare a staff report for the next board meeting and a proposal for consideration, whether it's to, we now move to the next qualified constituent who is able to obtain a loan through that
Who
process.
is able to?
Yes, who is able to.
Okay.
Because nonetheless, there is, if CLTC exercises the redemption period, we're gonna pay, so we're gonna need to recoup that cost. But again, like I said, we'll follow up with Ms. Meno again tomorrow. We just learned that she did visit Guam Housing yesterday. She has not informed us if she was able to obtain any type of personal loan that may be enough to pay. So this was just really an update regarding Mr. Jose Munoz's and Ms. Carmen Meno.
Is this the one with the dogs?
No, that's Mr. Mendiola.
Yeah.
That's another issue.
So, and laws with the CHamoru Land Trust, and so we can really move forward and help our people, they need to also be responsive. And if you're saying she's not responsive, and, you know, she didn't act on it right away to say, hey, I really want this home, what is the next step? I mean, we've given her 4 weeks to come back, she hasn't come back.
Has she
So,
responded at all to any of our
I'm not,
outreach?
you know, I'm not inclined to wait another 4 weeks and table it, is what I'm saying.
Okay, maybe the board can consider directing us to give a timeline, maybe another 7 days, 1 week. Definitely what we will do is, if that's the case, we'll prepare a letter and we will have it served personally to Ms. Meno at the residence, giving our timeline. You have 7 days to resolve this. If not,
Then what's the next step?
we'll present it back to the board to proceed to the next step, which is getting the next qualified applicant in line to succeed, or not succeed, but to take over or to pay.
I guess I don't wanna come back here in 4 weeks to tell you to go get the next applicant.
You can do that all
So-
in one motion today.
Yeah, I wanna say, okay, what is today's May 22?
Correct.
We'll give her additional, 8, 9 days through the end of the month, May 31st. If she doesn't respond within that 9 days, June 1st, you move on to the next applicant.
Okay. And that would include serving the eviction notice.
Yeah, and just move forward. I mean, Mr. Mr. Munoz passed away in 2020. It's been 5 years.
Correct. I think one of the issues or the
Am
concerns
I
was.
moving too fast, commissioners? Am I moving too fast, commissioners?
No,
Am I moving too fast? Okay,
it's a non-responsive,
yeah. And we have a lot of, beneficiaries that want homes.
there's gonna be quite a few of non-responsive.
Yeah.
I didn't complain.
I'm just,
So,
we need to take action.
Miss Mary Guerrero is here from Guam Housing.
Okay, so the right of redemption is only good for a year,
Okay,
and that would lock for the amount that we acquired it, which is the foreclosed amount that was due to Guam Housing
which was,
after February 28th, when we foreclosed.
which is 2025?
2025.
Okay.
So you have 1 year if we were to, for them to exercise, well, CLTs to exercise the right of redemption, because it's really a lease.
Yeah,
After that, we will do an appraisal. We can ask for more because the houses have increased. The sad thing about it is that they're occupying it.
yeah.
So maybe while they're getting their process completed, we should consider rent so that it would continue, whatever you decide, but it's just there with no, and because it's a CLTC, I'm not sure if we can lease it, being that there's requirements to lease CLTC, so we're kind of caught with that. And being that it's 40,000 and, about 41, no more than 41, you have that 1 year for her to come in and exercise that right of redemption. After that,
So the right of redemption starts in February, or it starts June 1st when we evict her?
no, it starts February 28th.
So by February
20,
2026, and,
She has no more chance, okay,
CLTC won't have any chance.
okay.
Yeah, we would then do an appraisal and we can ask for more. That's how the right of redemption.
Was this the one where I made the comment to the supposed successor that you're not gonna find a house and lot for 41?
yes, that's the one.
And
Correct.
we have not heard back from them?
No,
She came in yesterday to get whatever.
So she only picked up it, she didn't
But
submit?
We didn't make a pre-qualification with no info we put into that. But I wanted to disclose that there is that 1 year in order to lock, but to pay only the amount that was foreclosed on. After that, we can exercise to go higher.
So, but that 1 year is for us though, right?
Correct.
It's for COTC, not for the,
Not for Ms.
not for
Carter.
the, right.
We still have time.
so I don't want this matter to come back before us. I mean, I think that we should exercise, of course, be judicious, but also be expeditious in our work. And we told her that we would give her into the next meeting. Didn't we say that? So I think that we need to stand by our word. Of course, we would love to, we don't know how to assess her, to assess for this particular property. I think that, to director's, response, that we should just get them into the end of May. After end of May, start the eviction notice, and, we need to pay Guam Housing and move on to the next. She needs to know that we will move on to the next qualified applicant.
I have a question for you. Right of the redemption is good until next year, February, correct?
Yes.
If we get an applicant to come in and qualify with you guys for this property, will her, I guess it's a right, this is the right of redemption, interfere with a new person being in the property?
It's CLTC property, so you're gonna set the deadlines for her to meet so that you can, exercise that right within the year.
So we don't have to abide by your 1 year right of redemption?
Well,
Because it would be
1
us.
year
It would be
for
us.
that, for the amount that we foreclose.
For the amount.
After that, you can, surely, but then we can base the amount that we were considered to settle the debt. It could be at the appraisal value.
So you're just saying we should pay you the 46 before,
The 1 year.
before February
So the
next year?
request is to pay the 46.
But in that time, the interest will still be accruing, right? Or,
Right now, we're obligated to sell it at whatever we acquired, which is the amount
Okay.
that we foreclosed on. So they have 1 year.
okay.
Now, if there was any additional that we did, she's occupying it, I believe, right, Joey? She's
Correct.
still
She's
occupying
not
it.
fine.
So I don't know, if you want to extend that, I think you should still consider rental in the interim she gets.
I don't know if we can, are we able to rent for residential? I mean, the land is actually a rental, because it's a
Which
With the
they've
99.
already
structure,
paid,
we
which they already
don't-
paid.
I'm gonna have to consult with Attorney Miller,
Yeah.
because there's nothing, I have not experienced, any rentals or structure.
Now, another question I have for you is on the right of redemption. Let me get my mind straight. There's a lot going on here. On the right of redemption, we claim that right through CLTC.
She was considered, determined that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
So you usually allow, for the beneficiary, I guess, to assume that loan because she was designated as your beneficiary and you accepted it. You approved the lease based on her being the beneficiary. So you're trying to accord her that opportunity to assume that loan. And we gladly would entertain provided that she shows her payment ability. But that has yet to happen.
No.
And,
Yeah,
yeah, so.
now
She
another
has
thing.
not paid since February.
She hasn't, nothing.
And another thing, based on her history and background, what are the odds that she'll come up within the year and pay her loan to claim her redemption?
Without,
Knowing also that she's not made a payment, is trying to come current.
at least to show good faith maybe in the interim as she completed. But I don't know if we can consider her rental now as part of the settlement of recovering what we foreclosed.
No, it should not be.
Yeah, it's usually not.
So what was her last payment on the loan? Because Mr. Munoz passed away in 2020. So when was her last payment? So she's been paying even if he hadn't passed. I just want to make it clear.
For February 28th, that was everything, even if he didn't make payment and it was delinquent, we already recovered from the time he died to the time we foreclosed, we determined all that is due on that loan.
So when was the
Up
last
to
payment? When
February.
was the last active payment?
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
I think
but
May
the reason I want to
2020.
know that is if she hasn't been paying in a year, she may not likely have the funds to pay. You know, but if she's been paying and then all of a sudden she said, okay, February, I'm not gonna pay anymore.
Oh, no, it was prior, way prior to before we foreclosed. And her reason was that she was told that she was not legally authorized to live in that house. So that's, she was told to move out, so that's why,
So she
She
just stopped
didn't
paying, but
wanna-
she didn't move out.
yeah. But then she was allowed to stay by CLTC because they didn't want to displace her.
So just to provide a little history was, initially Ms. Carmen was not the original named successor of Mr. Munoz. It was his daughter. She requested to transfer her successorship to Ms. Carmen, Ms. Meno. The issue to this lot is it's an unregistered lot. CLTC was not supposed to issue a lease on unregistered property, but we went ahead and did so. A loan was provided to construct the home. To our understanding, I believe it was May 2023 or maybe even June or a little further when this payment stopped because of the uncertainty if Ms. Carmen was gonna be issued the lease. We did not entertain or action any conveyance or successorship of the lease because for the issue that it's an unregistered property, which we weren't initially supposed to issue a lease to Mr. Munoz. I believe that's why, and she stated in one of the meetings, was the reason why she stopped paying, because of the uncertainty. Fast forward today, there is Public Law 37-131 that does give CLTC an avenue to address the leases with a cloud, but it doesn't address the unregistered property concern. It just says CLTC needs to get the property registered.
When you guys issued the loan to Mr. Munoz, right? Did he purchase title insurance?
Yes, we did. And at the same time, Guam Housing has explored that avenue to try to put a claim on the title insurance. And that's still ongoing. I have sent a letter to the title company telling them that we're possibly gonna put a claim on that, since it wasn't determined on the title insurance that the property was in fact unregistered. Now, they came back and said, well, there's a registered map referencing that lot, so that's why they determined that it was registered.
So,
But I don't think it removes CLTC's responsibility of leasing it, knowing it was unregistered.
so the interesting part is the house is sitting here, there's a road here. This part is registered, but not this part.
Were they all cut from the same basic lot, or?
I believe this side was registered because there's a GWA pump station in the area,
Okay.
but the left side, Chalancote going.
So how do we
north.
get this portion registered?
There's a process, we did, the previous board did approve the list of unregistered property in the order of the most affected, meaning the properties with the most leases that CLTC awarded leases. That's going through the process, and with Attorney Miller has been involved.
Is this lot in that list?
List, correct,
It is, okay, so it is already being entertained to list, to register it,
It's been forwarded to Attorney Miller.
okay, to
Okay.
work on
So
registering
it's
it.
in process then?
Yeah, but how long it's gonna stay in process, I'm not too sure.
So it's a matter of the Attorney Miller working it through and then getting it to the court to register?
And then also conducting the property owners for the surrounding properties, notifying them and all that other great
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
And the land registration map if one is needed.
So-
Wasn't this addressed like maybe last year or the year before? Is this just something that's very similar?
But we
Dealing
just
with title
foreclosed.
insurance?
Well, with the title insurance is when we foreclosed and we tried to get CLTC to give us even another eligible lessee. But when the issue came out and it was only through Mr. Cruz that we found out that it wasn't registered, because our documents to support giving the loan did not show that the property was unregistered until we were advised by Mr. Cruz. So we went ahead and we already notified the title insurance, but they too have some questions as to the registered map, the recorded map rather, so we're trying to explore whatever
So-
just to minimize that
My
loss.
question is, if we settle the debt with Guam Housing, because it's an unregistered lot, can we still release it to another eligible applicant?
We've discussed
Our
that with
next
Attorney
qualified
Miller
applicant?
and he will craft some legal document to make it legal, I guess, or acceptable. And it'll be presented to the board. But we have been in discussions because as we go through this remediation, compliance inspections and issuing notices to remediate, CLTC has issued, I believe, 223 leases on unregistered property. That already is a concern, because even when they do come into compliance, we still won't be able to issue a lease because of the status of being unregistered. But Attorney Miller has been informed and we have discussed and we'll follow up what's the status of what possibly CLTC can do. So. So today we just wanted to provide an update on the status of Ms. Carmen Meno. Although the board would like to take and direct us to do further action, the board just has to let us know. And definitely, if they have specific timelines, we'll make sure that.
So is there interest accruing on that amount? Like, let's say we give Ms. Munoz or Ms. Meno additional time. If we say, okay, we'll give you into, August 1st, we give her another 60 days. Is there additional monies that are gonna be accrued?
Only if we incur to secure the home or any additional cost that we put there would have to be justified. If we had to hire an attorney to move forward, then that's gonna be added on to that. But right now, we're really, when we gave this loan to Mr. Munoz, it was a performing loan, a
Yeah.
very good loan. And it's unfortunate that, it has to come this way, but, I'm sure there's others that may want to assume for such a low amount per house,
Yeah.
That's why I told her, you're not gonna get a better deal than that.
Yeah.
I'm just
A
wondering.
personal
don't
loan
we
would
have
be
enough-
You have to put extra money to
If
get it.
it's unregistered, that's my question.
Likely won't get, I'm assuming if, another applicant comes in and wants to get a mortgage,
You won't get a title insurance because it's
Right,
already
it's
been
not-
disclosed. Well, it was disclosed by COTC that it's not a registered. So I don't even know whether another individual can assume that,
Right.
but it could be an interim solution so that there's no accrual. Because after 1 year, we could go by the appraisal value. And we all know the real property has taken a little hike.
So, are there other similar properties that are unregistered where Attorney Miller has been able to, come, do some kind of legal document that allows CLTC to release it?
Not yet. Miss Carmen Meno was
Yeah.
the first because of her defaulted loan.
Okay.
Well, there are other unregistered properties that are being occupied,
Correct.
and they've compiled the list of those unregistered properties.
but, and those are the ones we're working with Attorney.
On with Miss Carmen Meno, and stress the importance of her trying
I think we
to.
should give her a timeline, and at the same time, we have to work with Attorney Miller to make sure we have a document ready and in place. So in the event that she's not able to, come up with the funds to cure the loan or, to cure the default, then we'll be able to move forward. What I'm afraid of is if we cure the default, we're out $41,000. We can't release it. We just claim the land.
Mary, do you know if she's employed?
I
Like I
believe,
said, she just came in and took the form, didn't come back with really any information.
No?
I believe she owns a business, a yard cleaning business. She had informed me that, of that through our discussions with one of our site visits. I believe it's the company that's maintaining the grounds for the Manila solar farm, but she had informed me.
Being that she's picked up a packet I don't know if we should give her until the next board, maybe look at it next board meeting and make a decision then, so, because within the next about maybe 30 days, we'll probably see if she's gonna submit or even find some other way to pay. And I guess at that point, we can kind of make a decision, because then we'll have proof of effort over the next 30 days, I don't know.
Yeah. And then we really need to press our attorney to come up with some kind of an agreement, so that we can move forward and with these kind of decisions so that they're just not lingering. Really, our goal in this commission is not to have a repeat of agenda items.
We'll try to keep, maintain that course.
Joey, do you know if the surrounding properties besides the one that is registered land, what about the neighbors?
It's unregistered. So, like I was mentioning, here's where Miss Carmen's staying, Mr. Mendoza's lease property. There's a paved road here. Everything to the right side towards Waising Song Road is registered. Everything to the going to Chalancote, I believe, or the four-way where Chalancabesa is unregistered.
But is it government property?
Yes, yes. If I'm not mistaken, like I mentioned earlier, I believe the registered side was due to because of the GWA water well. But I could be wrong, but definitely I'm not wrong on to the point of where it's unregistered.
That sounds very similar to, what's his name, Cruz?
Billy Cruz,
Billy
correct,
Cruz.
correct.
Is that's different area though?
Different
So you're
area.
saying Chalancotla and
Different area.
Because Billy developed his property nice, but it's an unregistered property.
So are there other properties that are adjacent to this parcel that CLTC has existing leases with and they are unregistered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we don't need to take any action on this,
Yeah.
and we can just keep it on the agenda for next
Yes.
next meeting so we can evaluate.
Yes, but I think that the CLTC staff should let her know that we're giving her an additional 30 days to submit, at least proof that she's working with the bank, she submitted documents with home housing.
Do we want 30 days or do you want to cut the time down?
On the next
To
meeting.
the next meeting.
No,
To the
but
next meeting.
She should attempt to get qualified before the next meeting. Because she picked it up, what, a week ago?
Oh, just yesterday.
Just yesterday? So we give her a week to fill out the application, and once you receive it, at least that's a good show of goodwill on her part that she wants to make it right.
But we need a letter of pre-qualification letter?
Mary's fast.
And we can do that, provided that she does now, because we all know that the lot is unregistered.
Yeah.
And we know that we won't be able to get a title insurance for that, then we definitely, and we do have a guarantee, is COTC gonna still issue the guarantee? Because I need to know what other recourse we have in the event there's a default. So,
We're kind
I
of hooked
know
up, we're
it's
kind of on the hook
unregistered.
for that amount anyway, so.
it's pretty low compared to what real estate costs right now. And there really is a need for housing,
I
so.
wish I was in that waiting list next in line.
Right?
But still, it won't be given a title insurance, and that's a requirement,
It's
so.
okay, Mary.
Or a mortgage, there might be
Who
somebody.
borrows someone else?
So there might be somebody who has a 3,000 that,
I can
you
get
can get
a
a
personal loan
loan.
from
Yeah.
Family
Yeah.
Finance.
Unsecured.
The next person get a
And
unsecured
who knows,
personal
maybe
loan.
she was trying that out, trying to get a
Yeah.
personal loan. But, I would gladly start interviewing those waiting lines so that you already have a recourse should there's no show. We don't have to wait another 60 days for someone to complete
Yeah.
the process. So it's just a suggestion that if you wanted to give us the next.
So initially what we did was we gave Guam Housing the listing, the entire listing. Unfortunately, when we discovered all the clouded or actions contrary to law, we didn't provide any more names. I think the most recent listing was the listing of 19, which is those leases that were awarded within the applicant's date and time. Now, as we're processing the applications next in line for a lease award, after we've already had determined that they're eligible for the program, then we would refer them to Guam Housing to determine, or I think one time I sent an email to Miss Mary giving her a couple of names for those who were issued the notice to remediate our residential lessees who have not constructed a home, but that's part of their remediation process.
Because that's the same story as Billy Cruz's area, the GWA registered the property out in front, and everything behind it was not.
Correct, I just received a letter from his attorney, so we'll be sharing that with the board too. But nonetheless, we are working towards doing our best to get our properties registered. It's just a matter of time and resources. So we will definitely tomorrow do a site visit at the property of Ms. Carmen Meno. We will, if the board decision to give her a 30-day time frame, just decide and let me know, and definitely we'll serve her the document tomorrow.
So do you need us to make a motion on that, or is it just,
Yeah, please.
I guess I'll make a motion to give Carmen Meno 30 days to show,
To the next meeting.
well, yeah, so I'll make a motion to give her until our next board meeting to show, I guess, proof of pre-qualification.
Okay.
On or before.
On or before,
On or before the next board meeting?
before the next board meeting.
Okay.
I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye. Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Commissioners, if we can, I know we have a couple, another item, or two items, although can I request that I give my director's report? Only because there's an item that Commissioner Cameron was speaking to, not that you guys were requesting a decision, but it's his request, but definitely we will put it on the next board agenda because it requires a decision, and decisions can only be made to items that are on the agenda for discussion.
So we're not making a decision on it?
No, it's courtesy or providing a heads up. So if I may, Madam Chair and Commissioners, if we can allow me to provide my director's report. Okay. The first item is administrative. The first item under administrative, the board meeting schedule time, due to work conflicting schedules, it was requested that the board consider adjusting CLTC regular scheduled board meeting time, either 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. or after 5 p.m. The next item under administrative is, I recently spoke to the Deputy Director of DPW. We are expecting a formal letter from DPW that will be requesting to use about 8 acres in the north to stage crushed abandoned vehicles. Moving on to the next item, item 2, residential and agriculture. The staff is already has commenced the review of the next 25 applicants in line for a lease award. We anticipate maybe in 2 weeks we'll start to send out the certified mail, and then immediately within the 3 days we'll publish in the newspaper the next 25 in line. Under commercial, we may be aware that recently Public Law 38-1 was enacted into law, which covers or addresses the extension of government of Guam leases from 5 to 15 years. I've attached that law for your reference. However, in discussions with Attorney Miller, that law is not applicable to CLTC, even though there's a section that does make mention about CLTC. CLTC will continue in its path in applying the commercial rules and regs under subsection 75A and 22 of Chapter 75A, Title 21.
Which allows for how long is our commercial lease?
For commercial leases, CLTC is authorized to award up to 25 years. For commercial licenses, 21 years. If there's any exceptional terms that are requested, it needs to be approved by the legislature. The next item is Tata Communications Commercial Submerged Lands Lease Agreement in the municipality of Hagen. That has been completed. It has been recorded with the Department of Land Management since February. However, we didn't immediately invoice for the cables because there was a concern. We needed to confirm what actual cables were landed and has landed in Hagen. I'll give you an example. Through our research, we determined that there's an echo cable that has landed in Hagen, but there's also an echo cable that has landed in PD. We didn't want to prematurely create an acceptance of CLTC. On CLTC, if we invoice for Hagen to include the echo cable, it might be perceived as also the PD, but we've done our research and we've determined that there are two cables named Echo that have landed, one in Hagen and one in PD. So we will be billing them accordingly. For the existing cables, they will be retro assessed October 1st, 2022 forward. For the Echo cable that has recently landed, they will be assessed a 100,000 landing fee. The annual fee of 100,000 does not commence until the cable is operational. In the license, it explains when Tata has to inform us. Under commercial, the next item, there are 9 commercial leases under review. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
These are new leases or old?
Old. The reason why they're under review, they either have not complied with the option to renew term, or the lease has expired, and we continue to invoice and they continue to pay. We have to address that. The Johnny Pool lease, there was an extension or renewal granted. However, we're gonna run that through Attorney Miller because CLTC is allowed by law to lease up to license up to 21 years. However, that lease has a 21-year life initial and then the option to renew for another 21. We want to make sure that
That option is valid.
yeah, and it's not exceeding the authority of CLTC. KM Broadcasting, that license has expired. Again, through the competitive bid process, we'll be coming to the board to request to consider the designation for commercial use for these properties listed under 3C. The next item is unauthorized use of submerged lands. Through our research and data gathering and fact finding, we have, and we could confidently say that there's 2 cables that are traversing through submerged into terrestrial that do not have the proper authorization. One cable is named Echo and the other cable is GGN-P. The cable owners are listed in my report with the FCC license numbers. Again, we are going back and we will prepare an assessment and analysis just like MedFarm to back assess for the usage, the unauthorized use of submerged property.
But then if there's unauthorized use of submerged property, not only are we going to assess back payment, but are we gonna start negotiating a lease moving forward?
Yes. The difference between the submerged commercial leases is there's a specific law that was passed, I believe it's called the Waha Act. I don't know the number offhand, but it authorizes CLTC to commercially lease submerged property.
Okay,
We don't have to go through the competitive bid process.
okay.
So that process is a lot easier.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that you're working on assessing the back payment and also securing a lease
Yes, ma'am.
moving forward.
Yes, ma'am. That's it for my director's report. However, item 1A, with the approval of the chairwoman, we will be placing it on the agenda for the next meeting. That would require a board decision.
So when you're saying the board time is only from 12 to 1? Our meeting time will only be, or do you want us to start, we have to choose either 12 or 1 o'clock? Or
12 to 1 p.m.
So you're asking for a 1-hour board meeting?
It was requested through me
Okay.
for consideration.
So, what is the, I guess realistically, you know, I think that we can move, through a lot of the agenda items quickly if we're able to meet on a sidebar, outside of our regular scheduled meeting, because I think that we can have a lot of fruitful discussion, not to predetermine what the outcome will be, but discussions for
Just to
clarification.
understand everything.
Yeah.
We could have,
And I think that, so as we're going through the agenda items, we can just approve,
Maybe.
disapprove, or,
we could have working
Working
sessions.
sessions, right?
If the board wants, we're here, we're open. If you individually have specific questions and you wanna get more information or clarification, myself, we're here to assist in any way we can. If you need a visual, you need it to be displayed and we can pinpoint, we're here. So either through that means or through a working session, it's possible.
okay.
What we'll also do is we'll refer to the act, because I believe the act states, when the board meeting should be held, I believe every third Thursday, and
It does say 1 o'clock.
it does say 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, then, so we'll also get the guidance from Attorney Miller, if the board is able to adjust.
So if we do work sessions, is there any requirement on those? I mean, does a board meeting have to happen, at a certain time after a work session, or?
No, but I believe we have to publish,
Right.
record, but we can go back to that. But definitely no decisions can be made.
Right.
But
But at
we
least
get
we
the
can
details.
Ask our questions and get all the information we need, so that way when we come to a board meeting, we can make faster decisions and maybe achieve a 1-hour board
Yeah.
meeting, right? So
We're gonna cross our fingers. But just know also, that there was a time limit that was, approved by the previous board. I believe for the commission members is a 3-minute time limit, and for constituents is 5 minutes. We do have one of those,
Timers.
timers.
So-
But so far, we've been doing good, so. So that's all for my report, but like I said, if there's any additional information that's needed, either you can come to the office, call us, email us, we'll be more than happy to provide any clarification or additional information that's needed.
Do I make a motion to accept your director's report? Is that necessary or no?
I don't think so, the last time we didn't.
You didn't, right? No need.
Okay, on the, G,
Item G?
Yeah.
Just come back.
Can I make a motion to table item G? In the interest of time.
So would the board want to recess or adjourn and we just put it as old business on the next agenda?
do you want to take up one item on G?
One,
I'm sorry,
okay.
What do you mean by take up one item?
Would you like to discuss a specific item, or the board will want to just proceed with tabling it?
I prefer to proceed just to table it.
Okay. I guess
is our money gonna be taken?
there may be a possibility. Like Mr. Cameron and Mr. Borat mentioned, we don't know what may happen in the, between now and the next board meeting, or when it is discussed. Given the financial condition of, it's not our concern, but it's relevant. Guam Memorial, there could be a bill that's introduced to reallocate or reappropriate the $9 million. But anything can happen, but definitely we don't know what will happen for sure.
So Madam Chair, is it, is it your assessment that we should proceed and discuss letter 5G?
Yes, I mean, what I wanted to, because you gotta lock things in. Sometimes rumors are said, but sometimes comes true. So what is the most important tract of land that CLTC needs to take care of?
It really depends on the board's decision, how the board wants to approach this. What we presented in the agenda speaks to tracts of property that will address current lessees and potentially new lessees. Other tracts or parcels that have no lessees, to develop a subdivision with infrastructure, full infrastructure. But the 9 million will not cover the entire list for sure. There is one specific parcel here that we would like the board to consider. I believe it's tract
What letter?
D 1722, or wait, hang on, I think it's 15344, sorry. I believe, oh yeah, this is the tract of property where we do have leases issued, but our lessees are using Guam Ancestral Lands property as an easement. If I'm not mistaken, I believe GALC is trying to commercially lease that property, but the use of their property as an easement is creating an obstacle. There is a sketch that has been done. There is a cost that was provided by DLM for the retracement stakeout, specifically for the easement, which is about $30,000, 31. That is of importance so that we can address the unauthorized use of our lessees on GALC property. But again, it depends on how the board wants to approach or to utilize the money. If we focus on one or we address current, because there's a lot of current lessees who do not have access to their property.
So my question is, do we have a lack of properties to lease? Because it seems that there are many lots on this list, as an example, GH, opening of easements and survey. So we're saying that we need to, add that to, resurvey, right, and subdivide. Do we already, what is our inventory of leases to parcels to lease out? Do we have a sufficient amount of inventory already?
We have, I believe, about 11,666
Parcels that we could potentially lease?
acres.
No, but,
Parcels?
yeah,
We've identified already, I believe, 325 lots to be leased.
that are already subdivided and can be leased.
Not subdivided, but maybe schemed, identified through a scheme. Definitely, they may have access potentially. Definitely, they probably don't have utilities within the 200 feet. Maybe a little further than that.
So considering, if we're looking at how much, or the monies we have, and we have a limited amount of time to earmark it and commit it, so which properties here would allow us to move forward most quickly? Which ones have power and water relatively close by? Which ones would be the easiest for us to develop? And then I know I have a question with regard to the $9 million. It's like, I know it's there for us to put what? Is that infrastructure in? What's the purpose of the funds?
So the survey and infrastructure fund is restricted to certain expenditures, which is the installation of infrastructure, land registration, surveying costs. I believe that's about it. Those three
Okay.
expenditures.
So is there any other expenditures that we would expect in installing these things? Is there like permitting or any other stuff that we would have to go through that may not cover?
I believe it would be like an implicit task into, like, for instance, we hire GWA or we create an MOU with GWA, they gave us a quote. I'm assuming that any permits that are required will be obtained
By them, okay. But in your opinion, I mean, if we're looking at time,
What, if the board is not comfortable yet, maybe the board can consider the 9 million will be used for the installation of infrastructure in parcels determined at our next meeting. So that between now and then, if there's any questions that the board may have, feel free to send us an email, call us up, stop by the office, and let's provide as much information as we can to you to make a comfortable decision. But if the board is looking at spending the 9 million on the installation of infrastructure, maybe the board can consider making that determination today. If not, it's really up to the board.
So basically, we would like to, the ask is to make a decision as to how the 9 million is gonna be used, not necessarily to pick the lots.
If that's what the board would consider, that would be fine.
but what would allow us to put the most people in the most, I guess, administer leases and get people building houses?
So there's lot on the second page, 190-1-1 and R2 Gerido, that if the installation of water or sewer is completed, it could potentially create 222 residential lots.
How come it says 74?
That's if it was a half acre. On item 5,
Okay, but if we install sewer, we can create more lots?
correct.
Okay.
But the cost is already 8 million, that doesn't include permitting, it doesn't include civil work, so I don't want to identify a parcel or a lot that we're gonna exhaust the 9 million and not even complete the project.
Okay.
So it has to be a parcel where, I mean, maybe it's 5 million, because the additional 4 million will be absorbed by permits, other unforeseen costs, civil works. There are so many other, costs that are not identified here
Correct.
in order to open.
Understood. When we reached out to GWA, it was really general, what would the cost be to install water and wastewater? I'm gonna assume that, the quotation we got would entail that permitting cost. But I could be wrong, and we can go back and discuss that with GWA. Another lot.
Do we have a big map that you can just put red dots or something that says, okay, track 10124 is here, track 1772 in Manila is here. So we can also see what are the proximity to, current residential, like Laddie Heights and, like Chalan La Chance is already so populated. So that'll give us a better view of, the proximity of utilities.
We have the.
We don't wanna select a parcel that's like
Understood.
completely not developed.
Understood. Joanna, can you pull up 190-1-1? This lot is located near Ironwood Estates in Gedido.
So that's another thing is, have you considered the density of population? I mean, if we're gonna add an additional 222 lots, the density of population, can it handle that? I mean, has this been approved by EPA and all the other?
No, it has
So, do you see what I'm saying? It's like, I feel like if we select that, because, wow, opening 222 lots seems very attractive for our beneficiaries, but at the same time, if we're looking at the density of,
the impact.
the impact on the community and, the groundwater,
I believe
can we actually achieve 222 lots reasonably?
based on the quotation that we received from GWA, It also lists like pump stations, so I'm assuming that it's gonna improve the wastewater system in that area.
So I guess my question is, when we present these lots to GWA and GPA, are they also assessing the location of the, location of the intention of the lot?
Yes.
To see whether or not that's, doable in terms of like population density?
I don't
Do you
know,
understand what I'm saying?
I don't know
Am I-
if their research was conducted in that manner, but I'm gonna assume, because they would know if the capability of the infrastructure is enough or not. I'm not too sure.
So that's my point, is that there's so many, Deridos and Jigo's already so highly populated, we're not only talking about doing infrastructure, entering into, to open up these lots, but I'm also speaking to roads, the availability of schools, those type of things. If we continue to add population in that area,
Can
the
it handle-
overall infrastructure of the island, can it sustain that?
Finish
Yeah,
yours.
so that's what I'm asking, so that's why I wanna see, do you have a map of Guam that shows A, B, C, D, just a dot, just to show us where it's at, do you have that?
We
A
have an
comprehensive?
aerial, they're pulling up the aerial. And it'll show where it's located.
Joey, is Swamp Road included in this list?
No,
Because I know we have a lot of quarter-acre lots in Swamp Road that people can't build because there's no sewer.
yeah, no,
Is there
they're
any
not.
way we can collapse whatever's on the left side, so that can maybe be full screen or at least
Share,
three-fourths screen?
maximize the screen that you're sharing.
And she's in control right now.
Joe, can you zoom out?
Already told her, then stand up. Sorry.
Can you tell her to enlarge hers?
So just collapse the CHamoru Land Trust Commission regular board meeting, we don't need to see that, just
Share,
exit out.
get out of there.
Condense the split screen.
Yeah.
So they widen it or
How's that?
So this is, I believe, Starks Golf Course, and this is Ironwood Estates, so this is the subject property.
Of what number?
190-1-1 and -R2.
That's K.
Correct.
Well, is there some development on that property already?
Before, they used to use, Ironwood Estates used this site as a staging area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So Ironwood Estates, where's that, in Derido?
in there, you know Starks Golf Course, the former Starks Golf Course, or you familiar with the
Camp
tornado
Lodge.
cockpit, or you are Mark?
Not a pop line.
Yeah,
You are-
it's,
Like Machina area?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is like Pigua's subdivision, and where Talcott does that, where the Munoz is at.
Ironwood should be down to your right.
So is
Ironwood
this,
Estate.
so these lots, if we're to develop into residential, does that fit into the GLUC plan, master plan of,
So what it is currently it's zoned at agriculture.
okay,
We would advise not to rezone it to residential because of the requirements of creating a subdivision becomes more. For example, you're gonna need drainage, sidewalks, all that other good stuff.
isn't that what we wanna do?
We could still create a residential subdivision on an agriculture zone property. It's just the requirements are a little less. If in the event we decide or we choose that we wanna put sidewalks, that cost is not factored into our assessment. That will be an additional cost for sure.
So basically, when we say open the easements, who's responsible to pave the easement? Are we gonna, is that cost in here?
No, ma'am.
So
It's not.
basically, we're just opening easements, creating dirt roads for people to have access to their property. And is that what we want? I mean, as a board, is that what we want? I don't think so. I think we want to be able to create a, nice neighborhood type environment for our beneficiaries, which includes paved roads. So that's what I'm saying, is I feel that there's a lot of, costs that are not included in here. So for us to select a lot here, I believe that we might be, like over-selecting, you know what I mean? We might pick something and the next thing you know, oh goodness, it's 15 million and we only have 9. And then we end up not really, creating completing the project.
Could you also include, Joey, Swamp Road?
Swamp
Because we have leases in that area, but they're for quarter acre lots. And the people there can't build because there's no sewer.
We can
I don't
include
know
that.
how far away the sewer is from our tenants, but,
Just from past dealings that we've done, track 1022 is within the vicinity or proximity of Swamp Road. So when we proposed to put water and wastewater in track 1022 to get the lots usable, because that was initially designed for the landless subdivision, 4 or 5 years ago, I believe, or 4 years, it was gonna cost us in the tune of $50 million.
So that's what I'm saying, is I know, because you've been with CLTC for quite some time, that there are some costs here that are not represented.
Okay.
But the 9 million we have is only to be used for survey and infrastructure.
It's in that fund, so it can only be used for the allowable expenditures.
Which is survey and infrastructure.
So, I
Yeah,
mean,
and land registration.
technically, we could earmark it to put the infrastructure, do survey the properties, put the infrastructure in, then, I know exactly where you're coming from of wanting to do plan development and get the sidewalks in and stuff, but the funds we're talking about can't be used for that kind of civil work, right?
It may, because
It
it
can?
could be part of
Because
the.
wouldn't that
Okay.
be considered part of infrastructure, like a paved road? We don't have to put sidewalks, I'm just saying that I don't wanna open up parcels for 222 homes and everybody's gonna have a dirt road leading to their house.
Understood.
Then what kind of, development or what kind of environment are we creating for our beneficiaries?
Understood.
Their kids are gonna be walking in mud on dirt road to get to the bus stop.
So in light of what Commissioner Respicio was saying, is there any lot that we can determine that we could achieve that paved roads, infrastructure, everything?
Without the cost in
Right,
our analysis, no,
okay.
because it'll still be an unknown cost.
So we'd have to,
So we have to aim low.
yeah,
Be conservative.
I mean, figuratively, in terms of, in terms of the lots that you've presented to us, only because we don't want to select a lot, again, where we're not gonna be able to finish the project.
What about improving the existing lots
Yeah.
where people are staying?
And that, there's some lots in here that, will improve. For example, like track 7, item D, there's already 86 residential leases in that area.
So where is that? Can you show us where track D is? So that's a perfect example. If there's 86 leases, why don't we pave the roads, open it up?
Well, I think it,
1722, Manila. So this is right beside the former Onward Golf Course.
right.
Okay. So
is
which
the-
lot is it?
This is
Which
the
lot
area,
is it?
this is 1722.
And there's already existing homes there, okay.
So the COTC property goes out all the way to the cliff line?
Correct, the
Wow.
pink, but the larger lot, I believe, is reserved for the CHamoru.
Okay.
So that's 1722.
So one
What's the
seven
gray area?
This one is reserved for the CHamoru. I believe these, no leases, but there are other, like survey authorizations that may have been issued, but no lease.
Okay,
That was part of the process before CLTC, before you get a lease, you have to get your property surveyed. Some achieved that, but still no leases has been executed, some didn't. But in general, based on our report, it will service about 86 residential lessees.
so are those, so those are all homes, so the roads into those homes, are they all dirt roads?
Yes, they are. This, yes. This is where going to the 1,000 steps.
Okay.
Which stops in the dirt road all the way.
Wow.
And there's no,
You have
access
to
here.
open that and,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
So the only access right now is going through where, by 1,000 steps?
And then the road right after.
Okay.
This- And then there's, the road right after it.
Okay,
This is to the 1,000 steps. Or this one.
sure, yeah.
So how do their kids get to school and to the bus stop? They walk on the dirt road?
Correct. Or before there was a bus stop, I believe, between this area, but because this is private property, they blocked it. Now the buses have to go in through this.
Interesting.
It's in the middle of the subdivision.
Oh, okay.
So,
And that's by the Manila Golf Course?
correct.
This is where the bus stop is at right here.
So for today, what we wanna do is we want to at least say what we're gonna earmark the $9 million for, right? That's
If
at least, we can at least put that on the table.
Is there a difference by saying earmarked versus designated?
Or designate?
No, I think
You
it'll,
can say designate.
That way there's flexibility, we can always transfer the money.
even if you earmark it, you can undo it and reallocate
You
it,
can
it's fine.
deallocate it and reallocate it somewhere else.
Yes, sir.
So can't we just say we make a motion to allocate the $9 million for all survey, infrastructure, land registration, permitting, and any other additional necessary costs for any of these lots, A through K? And then we can, at the next meeting, at least select,
Good point,
you know,
yes.
that way it's already like taken. Is that what you're looking, I mean, is that what we need to do?
If,
We need to say how we're gonna use the funds?
correct.
Okay.
So,
Can we also include road paving as part of the infrastructure?
We
It's-
would have to get quotes for that, because we wouldn't know.
Road paving
but
is infrastructure.
it's an approved use of the fund.
I believe so,
It's
because
approved
it's-
under the definition of infrastructure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because I believe it's possible.
yeah. I'm actually really just thinking about, I don't know if you guys know anyone who lives on My Road in Chalapago. So that road has been for a very long time, you know, it's kind of like hopscotch, like it's a road, then it's, you know, gravel, then it's, and now that DPW has paved that road, it has really, I can see, improved the quality of lives of the people that live along My Road. And, you know, you take that road in and then you're able to go into the other roads. So that's what I wanna do for the people that already have existing lots and are living there, because, you know, we need to give them a certain standard of living, not just here's your lot. And I think that if, you know, to Commissioner Roy's point, we want to be able to help those that already have the existing lots. And if we already have, I think you mentioned a couple of hundred lots that have not been leased yet, I'm not sure that it makes sense to earmark or designate money to open new lots when we already have so many lots, number one, that are not being used, number two, that we don't have access to.
Understood. We'll definitely request for quotations for road paving for the list of property, so.
And I think that that should be, at a minimum, we should, when we're opening lots and all of these, opening easement and survey, at a minimum, we should also include the paving of roads.
Because those are authorized right of ways already into
Yeah.
those subdivisions, right?
I wanna make a motion.
Okay. My colleague here says make a motion. So I make a motion that the monies appropriated of $9 million be reserved for any of the lots indicated from A through K for the purpose of survey, infrastructure, not limited to power and water, to also include roadways, land registration, any civil works and permitting needed to open the lots and provide access to the lots listed from A through K.
Joey, now I have a question. If we put in a main water line, who's responsible for the individual hookups?
So in our leases, our lessees are required to meter their utilities, not CLTC.
Well, the reason I ask that is, an average water hookup will run about $8,000 to $12,000.
Yeah.
But I think that if we bring the water line in where there's currently no water, you know, that
No, but
is.
for each customer to hook up,
Yeah.
there
Yeah,
is,
it's,
they will
Yeah.
charge that
gosh,
much
I
by
forgot what that service
GWA.
charge is.
The tapping or
Application fee, service fee.
connection
Yeah.
fee.
And
Yeah,
then
something
they
like
have
that,
on
yeah.
top of it, they have to buy the meter,
Service
which they
connection
don't
fee, right?
own.
Yeah,
Just so you guys know, there's, GWA will be commencing the upgrade of the water and wastewater in Attica area. Our constituents in that area will have connection to wastewater and water at their doorstep, who don't have, water and
It's
who,
a Aducal, right?
Attica.
I think that there's already a program, if I'm not mistaken, that allows for a loan up to $25,000 for a homeowner, paid over a certain period of time, I think it's 15 years, to hook up water. Isn't there such a program?
I believe there's such a thing at GWA.
Yes, GWA has their own program to help alleviate that huge cost up front.
It was a
Motion.
motion. Take a
I'll
vote.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
If I could just, on the motion from Commissioner Respicio on going back to the old business, there was no second motion. There's no second motion.
And
We
which
didn't-
item?
It was to go back to old business. She motioned to hear old business, to go back to old business,
Oh, just that.
that discussion.
And you said there was no
There's
motion,
no second motion.
but I think we already acted on it. I'll second the motion just for clarification.
For PA, okay.
thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
It's closed now.
What
There,
happens when you have a lot of new members on your board?
that's why I gave you guys that.
How to behave?
Okay, so that should be, Madam Chair, it's already 5:40 PM.
Yeah. Motion to adjourn.
Just a minute, please. Can I say something?
No. One.
All right, just a minute. I just wanna, give credit to Jeremy Rojas and to Fabrine Respicio. Jeremy brings extensive experience as an officer in finance and a former executive of the Guam Housing Corporation, offering valuable expertise in financial management and housing issues. F. Respicio is a highly respected real estate broker known for outstanding service and deep involvement in community outreach program. Both commissioners are recognized for their articulate analysis and their commitment to supporting effective solutions to complex challenges. They exemplify the highest standards of professional ethics, and their combined knowledge is a tremendous asset as we address important matters for the people of Guam. I would just like to give them a warm welcome as being a member of the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. And the part I like that I'm seeing is there's unity. And we're all listening attentively, and we're analyzing in a very logical and professional manner. There's more cohesion on the board. And I welcome you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
And I totally agree.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Yeah,
Happy to be here and of
But-
service to the
Thank
people of
you
Guam.
for volunteering to
Our
do this.
commission is not a good time commission. It's,
Yeah.
we have marathon sessions. And it's a labor of love to be in this commission and to stay in the commission. But I do acknowledge you guys for your backgrounds and for what you have done, both professionally and in your personal aspirations to helping the people of Guam.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Appreciate the kind words.
You're very welcome, and it's an observation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Bye. See you later.
Motion carries.
5:43.
5:45.
42.
5:42.